Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Week in Review begins now. Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause. Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the Saturday, February the 5th, 2022 edition of Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, where I come to you from a freezing, near single-digit night here at MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, and the zip code of Champion 02176 is we are now just 10 weeks away from our Back to the 80s live Wrestling and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April 16th at Memorial Hall, right here in Melrose. For you trivia buffs, I ask you, where were you 34 years ago? Tonight, might I say, one of the biggest nights and the biggest matches in the history of professional wrestling. No, it wasn't Monday Night Raw trying to bump up the ratings to 1.7 million viewers on a good week. No, it was the World Wrestling Federation live on NBC with not Saturday night's main event, but the main event. It was a special Friday night prime time special for the first time in several decades, from what I remember, as 33 million people tuned in to see Andre the Giant end Hulk Hogan's 4+ year run as WWF World Heavyweight Champion with the help of evil twin referee Earl Hebner, only to see Andre sell the title to the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase moments later to plant the seeds for what was a god-awful WrestleMania 4. One man's opinion. I believe that's on WWE Network. We should have done a watch-along for that. Maybe for the 35th anniversary. And the latest news and notes section here as we warm things up and get the fans in to the premiere. Don't forget that we will be back tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern for Wrestling Insiders Sunday Night Live with a WCW Super Brawl 1992 watch-along. With Lex Luger and Sting colliding for championship gold, Charlie Wilson, myself, John C. Manicus Riley in the booth, perhaps even an appearance by the Mystery Man. whose last name rhymes with treasury, our own ring announcer extraordinaire, Phil DeCesare, could pop by for the fun, along with you great fans around the globe. More great news in that in just 2 weeks, the Berzerker, John Nord, will be back with us live in studio Sunday, February the 20th through Tuesday, February the 22nd for Wrestling Insiders, Throwback Thursdays, tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, cyber autograph signings, and more. Fans are loving Thursday nights with the Berzerker. His unorthodox style is a lot of fun. It's been so easy to produce with John thus far. The big man was ill when he was going to be with us a few weeks ago, but he's almost back to 100% up in cold, Fridley, Minnesota. In more great news, folks, we are almost at 100% of our goal to bring you Season 2 of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. As of this taping right now, we're at 94% of the goal to get Marty Jannetty back in studio for a set of tapings later this winter. We want to wish Marty a very happy birthday. His birthday is February the 3rd, if you want to send him a little love on social media. If we have the Marty Jannetty that was with us at our Back to the 90s live event, November 13th, you guys are in for a real treat, as that's the Marty Jannetty that is at his best while still being Marty. Check out the link to the Marty Jannetty Indiegogo campaign that's filled with prizes and experience in the link at the top of the Premier Chat, in the description box below, and across our social media platforms. So, with all the great news out of the way, for the next few hours, kick back, relax, and remember the good old days of professional wrestling as we talk 80s, 90s, and even current events with a variety of superstar hosts. If you're enjoying tonight's content, don't forget the Super Chat button is open for business like you would if you were at a bar or at a restaurant. Don't forget to tip the bartender so we can bring you more great superstars and more great content. If you missed the big announcement during last Saturday night's Royal Rumble, a WWE Hall of Famer, the former Intercontinental and Tag Team Champion, Tito Santana, will be joining fellow WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, the Berzerker, and at least 3 more 1980s WWF legends as Boston Wrestling proudly brings to you our Back to the 90s Live Wrestling and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th, from Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. I'll have some more behind-the-scenes news on my Patreon exclusive Inside the MWF podcast over the next few days to give our Boston wrestling family some inside scoops. This wrestling celebration, decades in the making, will feature a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s icon group photo with you. Talk about social media credibility, having your photo taken with 8 or so legends from your childhood. We'll have autographs, individual post photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the squared circle like it's Times Square on New Year's Eve with a night of all-star professional wrestling. Pigottville, baby, it's going to be on fire. Get the best seats in the house. Save over the cost of tickets and VIP packages the week of the event and at the door the night of the event. The place to be, the BostonWrestling.com super site to get those tickets. I'm hearing rumors that the 6th featured talent announcement may come during Raw Monday night. We'll have to wait and see about that. It feels like I've been saying it almost every weekend, but it's truly the perfect weekend for it, especially here in the Northeast, where it's so cold outside. No major wrestling pay-per-views, no NFL playoffs. As Quincy Rastani sang to Deborah McMichael, baby, it's cold outside. So have the professional wrestling streaming time of your life while helping keep wrestling legends working on our Patreon streaming service. You get early, full screen, often ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. 300-plus full-length episodes in our archives. Our world-renowned Studio Shoot interview DVD series is seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, thanks to Sheiky Baby. Patreon exclusives and more. Again, joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family, La Familia. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. We had some watch-alongs added over the past few weeks on Christmas. We had the Berzerker break down a WWF Championship match he had against Bret Hitman Hart. We kicked off 2022 on New Year's Day with another Patreon exclusive, Demolition Axe, watching Demolition win the WWF Tag Team titles for the very first time against Strikeforce at WrestleMania 4. That was the first time Axe ever remembered seeing the match on videotape. Other than wrestling in the match, he has never recalled seeing it. So none of these watch-alongs are available on YouTube. The videos are an exclusive for our awesome Patreon family, because we love you guys. More great exclusive content headed your way again. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Treat yourself to something great this weekend from the Boston Wrestling eBay store. This great merchandise of superstars of every era to add something cool to your wrestling man cave or collection. It's open 24/7. Simply click the link in the description box below or head on over to bostonwrestling.com and simply click the store button. It's time to kick off Wrestling Insider's Week in Review with the WWF Tag Team Championship manager himself. Oscar of Men on a Mission is the manager of champions, and I have another supersized episodes discussing the health of Mo from Men on a Mission and an in-depth breakdown of the Royal Rumble as the road to WrestleMania kicks off. Again, folks, if you're enjoying this episode, please help the cause, like, share, and subscribe. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the Monday, January 31st, 2022 edition of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. Hope you enjoyed this week's 3-hour installment of WWE Monday Night Raw as we continue to try and dig out of 2 feet of snow from this past weekend here in the greater Boston area. We were disappointed that our longtime friend, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, who was supposed to be with us this past weekend, was unable to be here for the obvious reasons. We had to postpone that. Between Dutch and the Berzerker, we've got airline tickets up the ass starting to add up, but look forward to having both of these fine gentlemen with us in the near future and joining you in the near future, because like I said, in addition to the Wrestling Insider tapings, we're going to have cyber autograph signings, we're going to have watch-alongs, we're going to have live episodes, we're going to have a lot of fun. Sunday Night Royal Rumble, 2,000 watch-along last night for Sunday Night Live, was also postponed as we were having a difficult time finding places for people to park. So what we're going to do is have a special Thursday night edition, I believe at 7 p.m. Eastern, with myself, Charlie Wilson, who knows who else, as we go back in time to revisit one of the great events, I think, of the Attitude Era, Royal Rumble 2000 from Madison Square Garden. Set a reminder on our YouTube page so you don't miss a minute of the fun on what is a quiet night of the week when it comes to wrestling, unless you're a big fan of Impact or even get Impact, which we do not. With all of that said, hopefully you didn't miss the big news of the weekend, as we are now less than 11 weeks away from the big one. Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s live wrestling event and interactive fan fest Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, joining WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, the Wild Berzerker, is a fellow WWE Hall of Famer, former WWE Intercontinental and Tag Team Champion, a man that main evented around the country and around the world, Arriba, Tito Santana. While we've worked on promotional endeavors with Tito in the past, this will be the first time he joins us for a live event. I'm really excited about having Tito with us. Not only will he be at the live event, but he will be with us in studio. An important reminder, the VIP package and ticket discount that we have ongoing right now to that April 16th Back to the 80s event expires tonight, right around midnight. So you have about an hour to head on over to bostonwrestling.com, get the best seats in the house, and save a few bucks at the same time. Our goal is to give you the best value in professional wrestling, bringing in someone like Tito that, my God, the main events he had with Greg Valentine, the bloodbaths that those two had, tag team championship encounters with the Hart Foundation and Demolition. He's seen it all. He's done it all. Now Tito Santana joins a growing group of VIP legends on April the 16th. We'll be adding at least 3 more 80s VIP legends to this group, along with the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. They're going to light up that squared circle like Times Square on New Year's Eve. It's going to be a great night. Again, fans, get those VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com. Also, folks, our efforts to bring you Season 2 of Marty Jannetty's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty series continues. We have a prize and experience-filled Indiegogo campaign ongoing as we speak. You can find the link in the premiere chat, the description box below, as well as our social media platform. If every fan that watches our show donated $1, we would have hit the goal we're looking for months ago. Marty would have been back months ago. We would have had a new episode months ago, but we pass the baton to you. We cannot do it without you, folks. We're about 26% or so of the way there. We could get Marty in for a day now, but the best way to do it is to tape in multiple days, which is why we need you guys to step up to the plate, check out some of the great perks. Let's rock, let's roll, like only Marty can. Our Patreon streaming service continues to grow, especially this past weekend with the blizzard around the Northeast, folks. And let me tell you, with early, full-screen, ad-free access to all of our weeknight Wrestling Insider Shoot interviews, archives to over 300-plus full episodes, our acclaimed Studio Shoot interview DVD series that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, watch-alongs, my brand new semi-regular, I guess you'd call it a podcast, and so much more. Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling for about the cost of a cup of coffee. This is your opportunity to directly keep wrestling legends working, which is something near and dear to our heart. Don't forget, the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open for business 24/7. We have great merchandise of superstars from every era. You can find the link in the description box below, or go over to bostonwrestling.com and just hit the store button. Whether you're looking for autographs, t-shirts, you name it, we got it. Even some artwork of Thou That Shall Not Be Named. Thou That Shall Not Be Named. As we bring you more great free wrestling infotainment this week, folks, don't forget, please, like, share, and subscribe to all that we do for you great wrestling fans and to try and help wrestling legends alike. And with that said, here he is, the man that nearly blew the roof off of every major arena around the United States and around the globe, the man that guided men on a mission to the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Championship in 1994. I could only be talking about the man that was almost nominated for a Grammy Award in 2022, the O, the S, the C, the A, the R, the Vice President of Boston Wrestling Sports, Oscar of Men on a Mission. Oscar, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. How are you, my friend?
You know, about that.
What?
The Grammy.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Start off talking about that for a second.
Now, we're not talking about a grandmother.
No, a Grammy.
All right. For music.
Grammy Award.
All right.
From what I understand, my publicist got a letter.
Your publicist?
Yeah.
All right.
Drake dropped out. Drake, the recording artist.
Mm-hmm.
So the pool is back open for all of us that did not get the nomination for the nomination. The pool is wide open for them to decide which one of us is going to get that spot.
So you could potentially be in line to get the nomination.
At this point, yes.
Really? Now, when are you going to find out the news? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
That I do not know.
Very interesting. Well, you must be kind of excited all over again.
Well, that's not all.
Well, there's more.
Oh, yeah, there's more. I got news from the Staunch Moderates, the company that backs my music, that they are going to indeed renew my contract for 2022.
Wow. Things are looking good in the Oscar residence.
Yeah.
I bet you with all this good news, my good friend, my longtime close personal friend, Dreamy Mimi, must be making you a tremendous breakfast.
No. Wait. Let me tell you how twisted it gets. She's out there. I asked her to make a component of the breakfast, and she said no. And this is the same woman that, based on the renewal of our contract, she is able to sit down and seriously look at houses for the next couple of months.
She's looking at houses, but she won't make you any waffles.
Yeah, see? Goes to show how my day is going.
Well, I hear you on that, brother. I'm looking out the window at over 2 feet of snow, and you should see how high it is piled up once the plows came through to try and get it off the street. It's tundras, Oscar.
Oh, yeah. How did you get yesterday? You wanted to go to the studio, but you couldn't get dug out to go. How did you finally get out? They dig you out?
Well, you know what? I placed a call to some friends at City Hall, and I said it was either that or my physically disabled, dilapidated body was going to do a Clark Griswold from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation and try and sled down the hill to try and get to safer grounds. No, I don't have a sled to do it on. But you know what? I have to say, in the city where I live, they were absolutely phenomenal. The mayor was actually out in the truck with the service people, which is unbelievable. I don't think that happens here in Melrose, not to knock anyone. We'd never do that. But, you know, I was very, very impressed with the quick response time. They came and not only plowed it out, but then shortly after that, they sent up a sander, and I was able to get down here to the studio I was a little later than I wanted to be, but I was down here in no time once they actually made it to my hill. So I was very, very happy. And then I get to the studio, and like I said, the walls of snow up against, there's a picture of it if you watch the little announcement video we made last night that we had to postpone our usual Sunday Night Live watch along. But in some parts, you know, probably 3.5, 4 feet, the snow walls are so high just to try and get the snow off the street. It's nuts. It's one of the biggest storms we've had in years.
So, in other words, Piggott is good for something.
Well, good for something? What is she good for?
Hey, she's the one probably that told him, get Dan Marotti out the snow. What is wrong with y'all?
Now, Piggott would have no say where I am. That's a different story for a different time. I worry about the roof at Memorial Hall caving in from all the snow. Like I said, it's basically held up with Scotch tape. I don't know if it could handle 2 feet of snow. Piggott might have been up there with the shovel. Talk about blowing the roof. The roof, you couldn't even blow the roof off of Memorial Hall, Oscar. I think the roof was going to cave in.
Well, yeah, the Memorial Hall don't need my help blowing the roof off. It's going to do it on its own.
It's going to do it on its own. All right. Well, anything else interesting going on into your world before we dive into the world of professional wrestling?
Yeah.
Any Reese news? Reese?
No, I haven't heard from Reese since the last time I heard from Reese. But, no. Poor Dreamy Mimi, and this is some bad news. We got that booster shot, and she got the booster shot, and that's was like 8 days ago, and she has been sick as a dog ever since.
Well, that's probably why she didn't want to make you the big breakfast. She doesn't feel well.
Yeah, no, I sympathize.
All right, well, we hope so. We like Dreamy Mimi here in Boston Wrestling. She's part of the family, certainly one of our great ambassadors of goodwill. If only Memorial Hall had a classy woman like Dreamy Mimi running it instead of the garbage that's there now. She wanted to work with Jerry Saggs and Brian Knobbs as the nasty girl.
Oh, okay. All right. We're gonna leave Piggott alone.
Did you get your booster shot, Oscar?
Yeah, I got my booster shot. I'm fine.
And well, I haven't had the booster yet because I haven't hit the 6-month plateau, but I didn't have a negative reaction to the first two. I know that much. You know, people said, oh, your arm is going to hurt or you might feel sick for a few days. And I'm like, great, just what I need when I need to get down to the studio and produce. But no, I didn't have a bad effect at all.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
No, it didn't bother me not one bit. And I'm glad of it. I mean, ain't nobody wishing to get sick from nothing.
Well, you are the vice president. We need you in tip-top shape. Hopefully you and Reese didn't get the booster shot around the same time.
And then too,
you're like Biden and Kamala Harris.
When she actually got the coronavirus some years back, she had it. I didn't lock her in the closet like I was supposed to. You know, I just let it ride and took care of her and everything like that. and I was in close quarters, but I did not get the coronavirus then.
Mimi had corona?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that. How long ago was that?
This is a couple of years, about 2 years ago.
Or right when it first started?
No, about midway from when it first started to, maybe in about the 6th to 7th month.
Oh, wow. No, I never knew that. Well, I'm glad she's okay. Did she have to go to the hospital, or did she stay at the Oscar residence?
No, she went to get tested. The test came back positive. She went to the urgent care, and they told her she had it. And, she toughed it out. She didn't have it that long either.
Well, you know what I have to say? I do feel very lucky with all of the traveling that I do, that I haven't been exposed to it. Or maybe I have and I don't even know it. I haven't felt sick.
That's possible. I mean, with the way things are now, if you get the shot, if you get immunized, you could have it and just be a carrier. I mean, you could actually have it and not feel nothing at all. And that may have been my case over time, because I haven't had no symptoms. I have not been sick. And whatever this is that she got now, we know we've still been in close quarters. I haven't caught it. Now, whatever is going on with her now, with the sore throat, not being able to talk, and the constant coughing, oh my God.
Right now you're talking about?
Yeah, now.
You think she's got it again?
No,
Oh.
She went yesterday and got tested for flu and corona, and she doesn't have neither one of those. From what I understand from a nurse friend of mine that I talked to, her immune system might be compromised. So when that happens and you get these shots, instead of being effective on automatically making you sick for a day or two, and then boosting up your immune system to get protection, it actually makes you sick. So yeah.
Now, do you get the flu shot, Oscar?
Nah,
I don't either. I've never had it.
I would have gotten it, but they guarantee you that it's going to give you the flu.
Yeah. And that's the reason why I've never had it.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe,
I don't want the flu.
Maybe once I get to a certain age, maybe it'll be a better idea. But at my age now, I'm very proud to say I haven't had a cold since March of 2003. So I'm happy with my Undertaker-like streak as far as colds go. But I just, maybe it's dumb, youth. I don't know. Even though I wouldn't consider myself young anymore at my age, but I wouldn't consider myself old either.
No, you're not.
So we'll see. We'll see as time goes on. But, I think everybody, I don't want to get into the whole vaccine thing. I think the more the merrier as far as that goes. I think and then life will be a little calmer and we'll get back to normal a little bit. Some parts of Massachusetts are back to, you have to wear a mask everywhere, in every store, at every time. And I'm all masked out, Oscar. The problem is with my glasses, I can't see with the mask on. It fogs up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've had about enough of the mask. I want to keep everybody safe. I want to be safe. I just wish people would go get the goddamn vaccine.
I've had enough of the mask. It's not comfortable. It's a real inconvenience. And then too, this is what I don't understand. They tell you at restaurants, wear the mask. You can't come in without the mask. And you wear the mask and you walk 2 feet to your table, and that's it.
And then you can take it off, right?
You can take it off.
Yeah.
What is the damn point? Wait, and then these people that I see wearing a mask in their car by themselves.
I have never understood that. That is absurd.
You would have catch it from the radio. I don't understand. I don't understand what these people doing.
They look like idiots. Is it okay for me to say that on this show? I don't know, but they look like idiots.
I mean, why are you wearing a mask in the car by yourself? Do you wear it at home?
Yeah, I mean, would you walk around the house alone with a mask on?
I guess you got some people put it on and just sit there and never taking it off till it's all over.
You know, at the amusement parks, you know, and even they're changing their rules now. You know, you can go in and walk around without it on, but if you wait in line to go on a ride, you have to put it on. So it's I don't know.
That makes more sense to me.
You like that idea?
Well, it's not that I like it, but I could understand it more because when you're in the line, then you definitely not social distancing. You in a glut of people, and you right behind people, and you standing there behind them for a constant amount of time. Now, that makes more sense to me than you got to walk around the park with it. And all this other kind of nonsense. I don't know.
Well, I tell you, you knew that during the quote-unquote Corona times, I took the little Marathi several times down to Universal and Disney and such, and I thought the best thing that they did was before you entered the park, they gave you the sanitizer to clean your hands and so on, and then every time before you went on a ride, you had to sanitize your hands. So, to me, that gave me a level of comfort, I guess. You know what I mean? Everybody was their hands were relatively clean because they couldn't get in the park without sanitizing themselves, and then they couldn't get on a ride without sanitizing themselves. So, the only thing I say, Oscar, I think it was on the program we do with John Cena Sr. I may have mentioned it, but the only time I hope that it never changes is on airplanes. Because to me, it's just so disgusting when some pig sneezes or coughs without covering their mouth. I want to go and stab them in their throat. That's how angry I get. I feel like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas.
The airplane, I understand totally because the quarters are so close.
Yeah. And on top of that, what gets me, Oscar, about the planes they push now? We have fresh air that comes in every 2 to 3 minutes and so on and so forth, which I think is great. But why weren't they doing that before coronavirus? Were passengers not entitled to clean air before that? Do I have to shoot? Because that's something I have a lot of strong opinions on is air travel, but that's a different story for a different time. Oscar, before we go to the break, I'm already getting the cue before we start talking wrestling. I signed up for, when I was waiting in my wheelchair to get through security, and there was a long wait, and I was very early for my flight that was delayed because of they didn't have enough employees, and I signed up for Clear, Oscar. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with Clear, but see, the thing is with Clear, if you are in a wheelchair, it's about the same result. I was told, don't sign up for Clear if you're a wheelchair person, because the wheelchair people are like VIPs.
We are. You're right.
You get to the front right away, and you don't have to wait in the long line, and they got special entrances for you to go to. So Clear is like the same thing. So I don't know if you paid money for it, but I kind of wasted a few dollars on that one.
Well, American Express, if you have the American Express Delta Gold card, you get a really good deal on it. I think the regular price is $180 a year. I'd never pay that much. But, I'm interested to see if it helps. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I was also told that to try and sign up for that TSA pre-check, I think that's for 5 years for $85.
Yeah, but see,
a lot of credit cards cover that, too.
I know, that's the thing. If you are in a wheelchair when you go to the airport, you don't need none of that because you have access to that that even they don't.
Well, you still have to take off your shoes and all that, and I guess
No,
with the
okay, I got you on that with the TSA pre-check. You don't, so
for 85,
so maybe
$85 for 5 years, I'm tempted. I don't know. We'll see. But fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, Oscar and I are going to dissect the 2022 Royal Rumble and all that's fair in the world of professional wrestling. Stand by. Tickets are on sale now for Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s, our live event and fan fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Providence Civic Center in Providence, Rhode Island, Thursday, January the 31st, 1985. In the opening contest, David Sammartino beat Steve Lombardi. Duke of Dorchester Pete Doherty victorious over Mr. X. Brutus Beefcake defeated Salvatore Bellomo. Sweet Hansen with the win over Dr. D, David Schultz. The Magnificent Don Morocco beat S.D. Jones. Tito Santana victorious over WWF Intercontinental Champion Greg the Hammer Valentine via disqualification. And in the main event, Superfly Jimmy Snooker and Mr. USA Tony Atlas defeated Rowdy Roddy Piper and Cowboy Bob Orton, with Captain Lou Albano as the guest referee. If you were in Providence live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service, so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at Patreon. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause. Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed a little bit of a post-Monday Night Raw banter between myself and the manager of champions, Oscar of Men on a Mission. Oscar, it's time to talk about the Rumble. What was your thoughts before I share my opinion? St. Louis, Missouri, they don't have an NFL football team anymore, but they sure had 40,000 plus at the Rumble. It was a big night for WWE in St. Louis.
Well, let me, surprisingly, and you're probably going to fight me on this,
All
I
right.
don't know. The women's Rumble outdid the men's 3-1.
Are you sitting down in a chair right now?
I'm sitting down in the chair.
I actually agree with you.
Oh, yeah, that one there. I'm sitting in a chair.
The men's Rumble, I wouldn't call it bad, but it was kind of until the finish. The women's Rumble was just, it held my interest more from start to finish. I don't know why, but
I think the women's Rumble had more action in it, and I was really pleased at the legends that came back. That made it interesting. How some of the legends got eliminated, I wasn't too thrilled about, but it happens. And I don't know, the women put on a really, really, really good show last night.
well, it was actually Saturday night, but who's counting?
Saturday night,
when you're having fun,
yeah, the women did the show. Now the men's Rumble, there was a couple of missteps. Kofi Kingston was not supposed to get eliminated when he did.
Well, Kofi is great. He's outstanding, but he's not perfect, I guess, right?
Yeah, he was supposed to actually land on the barricade. I can tell you this from my experience. He was supposed to land on the barricade and somehow make his way back in. But I guess they tell him, if you miss it, then you miss it, because he's not going to win the Rumble anyway.
Do you think you could do that spot?
No, hell no.
No.
I can't even do the spot where you go over the top rope without breaking something. So.
Well, yeah, there wasn't a lot of jazz to it. I didn't particularly care for the Johnny Knoxville nonsense.
Right.
I think Bad Bunny, I think he takes the craft seriously, so I have a lot of respect for him. I don't like that. I hate that Canadian Destroyer spot, though, where they do the sunset flip pile driver. And that's not a knock against him. That's a knock against the move. It's very unrealistic and unbelievable to me.
Yeah, I mean, he really has been training, and somebody's been training him that really, really knows what they're doing. I mean, if he ever tanks in the music, he definitely got a future in the business.
Well, just for fun and something unique from the world of music, just to have him pop in from time to time when he's not busy on tour, and it's not like The Rock per se, that they have to worry about him being injured doing an action movie. He's just going on stage to sing when he performs. So
right,
it's I guess he's booked already for WrestleMania weekend. with concerts of his own. But you know what? Best wishes to him. Yeah, I have a lot of respect and admiration for any celebrity that takes what we do seriously as opposed to make a mockery of it. And that's not really a knock against Johnny Knoxville. I know his gimmick is kind of, in the world of Hollywood, to kind of be silly and foolish and so on and so forth. But I really had no interest in seeing that in the Rumble.
I will say that both finishes, let's take Ronda Rousey for number one. They absolutely had to do that. I mean, they had to do it. You are talking 2 days of WrestleMania in Dallas at arena shows. They got to pull out all the stops in order to try to fill that arena up for 2 nights the best they can. And I think that Ronda Rousey winning and definitely getting her spot in WrestleMania, which even if for some ungodly way she got eliminated, she still is going to have a spot in WrestleMania either way. So adding her to it, is a really, really best for business move. The Brock Lesnar Bobby Lashley match could have went either way because it was still, you still got, let's say Bobby Lashley won. You still got
He did win.
You still got, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Brock Lesnar won.
Oh, okay.
You still got 60 days in order to create a scenario where he's going to get Brock Lesnar in a cage or false count, or some different kind of match. So that scenario was going to happen either way. So Brock Lesnar losing last night didn't mean nothing because as you plainly saw, he came into the Rumble where he wasn't even advertised to come into the Rumble. He comes into the Rumble last, cleans house, which is no surprise to anybody, and now he gets a preferred shot at a rematch. His rematch is going to be at WrestleMania. So that was a masterstroke as well.
Well, a few fans took a shot at me, Oscar, saying that my quote unquote not predictions but statements as far as to what was going to happen were a little bit off. But at the end of the day, outside of Ronda Rousey being included now that she's going to be back through not just WrestleMania 38 but WrestleMania 39 in Los Angeles next year. I believe that's when her contract will be up. The top four, it's really not going to change. What I thought was good about it was even though the path seemed like it was created, they kind of moved the pieces around. I was disgusted at the thought of Roman Reigns taking a pinfall loss to Seth Rollins, and now it looks like Seth Rollins is probably going to go on to win Elimination Chamber in the Kingdom of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, to get that number one contender spot to face Bobby Lashley at WrestleMania. I was thrilled and very surprised that Bobby went over on Lesnar. And now instead of Lesnar defending against Reigns, you have Reigns defending against Lesnar. You didn't ruin Reigns' long streak as champion, which I like. I like the long title reigns. I like everything they have done with Roman Reigns since they brought him back from the coronavirus times. And as far as WrestleMania goes, as we noted last week, on the table, you still have Lesnar and Reigns. On the table, you're still going to have Lashley and Rollins. It's just instead of Rollins as the champion, it looks like Lashley will be the champions. On the women's side, they kind of flip-flopped a little bit, but it's still, other than Ronda Rousey, still the same women involved. Charlotte, it looks like, is going to be paired up with Ronda Rousey on the SmackDown side as Fox wants Rousey. And it looks like, I don't know, what is she, Big Money Bex or Big Match? What the hell does she call herself?
Big Time Bex.
Yeah, Big Time Bex. Yeah, she's Big Time, all right. Big Time Bex will take on likely Sasha Banks, who was going to work Charlotte. So 7 of the 8 people that we mentioned in those 4 main event matches are still in place. So, again, it's just they took a different GPS route to try and get there. And it is what it is. I mean, I think the show has a lot more interest with Rousey on it than, giving Bianca Belair or Sasha Banks the spot.
See, he got a conundrum.
All right.
There's 60 days till WrestleMania, right?
Yep.
There's no way you keep the belt off Ronda unless she just doesn't show up, which is highly unlikely. There's no way that you keep the belt off Rousey between now and WrestleMania. I mean, it's just
I'd be surprised if she even worked again another match.
Yeah, I don't know. It's too much. It's too much time between now and WrestleMania for her not to. So what's got to wind up happening is instead of her making a title run, somebody, whether it be Bex or Charlotte Flair, somebody has got to get a rematch to get the belt back because she's not gonna not have it between now and WrestleMania. There's no way.
Oh, I disagree with you on that one, buddy.
Oh, you think that if she get in the ring with big time Bex is gonna get a clean win over Rousey? Really?
Well, she's working, I believe, Charlotte at Mania. And you know what? To me, logic would be if you look at the end of that funeral that was WrestleMania 35 when they main evented with the women for the first time, and the fans left MetLife Stadium practically dead without a pulse. It was Becky Lynch that pinned Ronda Rousey, and Ronda's only WWE loss. You might think that Ronda would choose to face Becky Lynch at WrestleMania for the Raw Women's Championship.
But is she going? I don't know, but my point is, there's too much time between now and then. What do you do with Rousey between now and then? And Bex is not going to get another clean win over Rousey. You can forget it.
Well, I think they're going to probably work the Los Angeles WrestleMania next year. That only makes sense to me if she's going to work Charlotte at this year's WrestleMania. I just think you're probably going to see a Lesnar situation where she's not going to wrestle much. And that's probably for the best. Why overexpose her? Why not just save it for Mania? You know what I mean? The delicate situation that there is with the women when it comes to those shows in Saudi Arabia. Will they be able to pull off a women's elimination chamber in the Kingdom of Jeddah? Or are they going to have to come out, dressed looking like they're in their pajamas like they have in past matches?
That's the other thing. What do you do with Brock Lesnar all this time before WrestleMania? I mean, Bobby Lashley's a strong champion. Roman Reigns
absolutely.
Is a strong champion. So, I mean, but he gotta go over on some damn body. He gotta get some kind of accolade.
Well, let's focus on the women first. I think it's pretty easy to say that. Would you expect Ronda to leave AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, as the women's champion? Where the hell are you, Oscar? Oscar! All right, now he's back.
Breaking news.
What do we got?
It turns out Dreamy did make me breakfast.
Oh, she made you breakfast. All right.
I'm going to take back everything I said. So anyway, back to what we were saying.
Well, I'll ask you the question. I don't know if you heard it. Do you think, or do you believe that Ronda Rousey will leave AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, as the SmackDown Women's Champion?
Actually, like I've been trying to tell you, I don't see it not happening before that in some kind of way.
Well, why would they give her a title match before WrestleMania if she earned the spot by winning the Rumble?
Because she's not going to twiddle her thumbs between now and then.
I just don't. I see her working like Lesnar. I don't see her having many matches.
But what happens with the matches she does have? She can't have like none.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she has to have a title match.
What kind of match is she going to have?
I could see her working maybe Doudrop.
For what?
Well, they're not going to give her a title match before WrestleMania. It would make you. What would be the point of having her win the Royal Rumble?
If she wins the Royal Rumble, she can write her own ticket.
Yeah, she gets to write her own ticket to WrestleMania.
No, she can't write her own ticket to WrestleMania, but you're missing the question.
You see a title change happening before Mania.
Yeah, I mean, what else you gonna do with her?
I just don't think she's going to wrestle much. I don't think she's going to be on TV every week.
But when she does, what happens?
I think almost like what you've seen with Brock Lesnar. How many matches has Brock Lesnar had on television since he came back in 2012? I believe the answer is 0.
And the one he did have, then what happened?
On TV?
You understand my point?
Nothing. Nothing happened. That's my
point.
When
nothing happened? He got the belt. Okay.
On TV?
When did Brock Lesnar get the belt?
When did he last have the championship belt?
Yeah, he just had it. Yeah.
But he won it at New Year, day one in Atlanta, Georgia, right down the street from you.
He won it at day one.
And it was a pay-per-view. It wasn't a TV.
Okay, thanks for the correction.
All right, that's all right.
Even if, all right, you know what? That's one of those things where we'll see, and then when we see, we'll talk about it. Because we don't write these things. We don't come up with the solutions. There's always my opinion and your opinion, and that's okay. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you do with. I don't know what you do. Thank you.
All right. Well, what do you think is going to happen on the Raw women's side, Oscar? Do you think Becky will face her growing nemesis in Bianca Belair, or do you think if there is a female elimination chamber in Saudi Arabia, that Sasha Banks, who was slated for one of those main event spots, do you think she goes over in the chamber and will go on to face Becky Lynch at WrestleMania? A lot of thought.
Sasha Banks.
If I had, all right, I don't know if you're eating your breakfast or what, but go ahead.
No.
Oh, you're thinking. All right, you're thinking.
If it was you, what would you do? Because I just don't. The reason why I say that, I don't see Sasha Banks as being part of this equation right now. I just think that she has had a wonderful run, a very good time. But I mean, I look at Sasha Banks, and I love her gimmick. I love that Snoop is her cousin. I love all that about her.
I love the fact that she's part of the Boston Wrestling MWF alumni, being a Boston girl.
Yeah, I love that too. But the truth of the matter is, Sasha Banks, so what? I mean, I don't see the point of giving her another championship. I don't see the point of it all. For what?
Well, she doesn't have to win per se. She could lose to Becky Lynch at WrestleMania.
But I wouldn't buy a ticket to see her in a championship scenario right now. I just wouldn't.
Well, here's how I look at it. I believe, based upon the information that was given to me before Rousey resigned, that Sasha's going to have that match. If I was the booker, if I was sitting around with Vince McMahon and our buddy Bruce Pritchard and everybody else involved in the process, I would push for Bianca Belair, where she has a little bit of a rivalry with Becky Lynch now. I think Bianca is an outstanding athlete. I think she's one of the more believable female athletes they have on the roster right now. She's very likable. She's got a great personality. Her look really stands out, where she has what John Cena Sr. described to me as a Q. So I would save Bianca and Becky for WrestleMania. I know that may hurt the feelings of Sasha and the fans of Sasha Banks, but you know what? Rousey and Charlotte, as much as I'm not a big women's guy, that's a money match to me. And then, you know, I think you could get a pretty good women's wrestling match out of Becky and Bianca. I think Becky and Bianca would be a better wrestling match than Becky and Sasha. My opinion.
That I agree with you 1,000%.
Okay.
I think Bianca is the marquee player in the women's division right now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot they can do with her long term. She's got such a great personality, great charisma. She's such an outstanding athlete. She's very attractive. And you know what? It's a cosmetic business. I'm not trying to be sexist or anything like that. It's a cosmetic business. When you go out there semi-clothed, you know what I mean? You unless you were an exception to the rule like a dewdrop, you have to present yourself as an athlete, you know? And I'm not even trying to be funny. I mean, she presents herself as a great athlete, just like her husband, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Street Profits, but I mean, Montez Ford is a great athlete too.
No, he is.
He only knows 4 spots and that's it.
Yeah, he is a great athlete, but his what's the word I'm looking for? The way he's being pushed or not pushed makes him a non-entity.
Yeah, nobody cares. If Street Profits get released, no one would cry. They could just get a red Solo cup and fill it up in their honor. Well, all right, we pretty much dissected everything going on in the women's side of things. Right now, we're getting a cue from the back from John C. Manicus Riley. We're going to take a brief timeout. We're going to talk the men's side. We're going to talk a little Boston Wrestling MWF. We're going to be back with the man on a mission after this brief timeout. Don't forget, fans, tonight is the last chance to get your discounted tickets to our Back to the 80s extravaganza, April the 16th at Memorial Hall. We announced over the weekend that former WWE Intercontinental and Tag Team Champion, WWE Hall of Famer, Arriba! Tito Santana is going to be joining Jake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, the Berzerker, and more. Again, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. Get the best seats in the house and save a few bucks. We'll see you on the flip side. Stand by. Tickets are on sale now for Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s, our live event and fan fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. The World Wrestling Federation was live with a matinee at the Kellogg Center Arena in Battle Creek, Michigan, Sunday, January the 31st, 1988. In the opening contest, WWF Women's Champion Sensational Sherry retained the title over Velvet McIntyre. Dino Bravo beat Coco Beware. Dangerous Danny Davis victorious over Sam Houston. The Bolsheviks defeated the Young Stallions. Brutus the Barber Beefcake with the win over Greg the Hammer Valentine via disqualification. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat battled Ravishing Rick Rude to a double countout. And in the main event, Macho Man Randy Savage and WWF Tag Team Champion Strikeforce beat WWF Intercontinental Champion the Honky Tonk Man, Bret Hart and Danny Davis, replacing Jim Neidhart. If you were in Battle Creek Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Keep Wrestling Legends working using our eBay store and joining our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at Wrestling Fans. We warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay. At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep wrestling legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. All right, wrestling fans, we are back. We are excited about April the 16th, just 2 blocks down the road from where I am right now is going to be our Back to the 80s event. We're loading up on superstars. There are some that we've even come to terms with that we haven't announced yet. We want, we like the slow burn as far as the announcements go. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
What do you got? What do you got?
No, you gotta hang on. I'll be right back.
Oh, all right. Oscar's, I guess, going to have a seconds on his breakfast that Mimi made for him. But again, fans, we're going to have a great time on April the 16th at Memorial Hall. We always want you guys to save if you can. Unfortunately, the prices for the airfare are out of control for this event. I don't know why. The prices for the hotel for this event are out of control. So, really, I mean, the only thing we can do is have those moderate price increases. So that's why we try and warn you and give you a heads up. If you want to save a few bucks, the best way to do it is to go to bostonwrestling.com now, and you get the best seats in the house, which is one thing we like to do too. We like to take care of the fans. As one thing Boston Wrestling has never lost sight of, if it was not for great professional wrestling fans like you, we wouldn't have professional wrestling. So if you're ever interacting with wrestling groups that, lose sight of the fact that you guys are the true boss of what we do, don't give him your support. Don't give him your time. Don't give him your money. I mean, you look back at, we just passed our 20th anniversary. Myself and Chairman Manolian started this when we were two 21-year-old kids, right after WWE didn't need my services anymore, when I worked for a gentleman named Ed Cohen in live event relations. You have Oscar, the vice president, a man that brings a lot of credibility to the table, where he was a WWF Tag Team Championship manager. Our president, Dr. David Reese, the head of the mental health department now with AEW, All Elite Wrestling. So, we really have quite a team here in Boston Wrestling, and there's a lot of people that work behind the scenes to try and make the magic happen at these live events. We're working on making more magic happen in 2022, not just at Memorial Hall, but around Massachusetts, around New England, around the Northeast. So it's an exciting time for us. It was really depressing. We had live events lined up in 3 or 4 different states when coronavirus shut everything down. 2020 was going to be a great year for everything we do in the world of Boston wrestling. But you know what? The virus hit, and it is what it is. One of the venues we were going to run once, Somerville, in Somerville, Massachusetts, they lost their building altogether. I read an article online that they are looking or proposed landing a new place, which would be great because we'd love to have our live event there and give the fans kind of a different experience. That's what it's all about. It's about an immersive, interactive experience. We want you guys to feel like you're part of the action, you're part of the team, that you're part of the family, because you truly are. And again, if it wasn't for you guys, we couldn't do what we do. We couldn't play Peter Pan, where we don't want to grow up, we want to be kids forever. And let me tell you, it's a very stressful job. If you are part of the Boston Wrestling Patreon family, hint, hint, wink, wink, cough, cough, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling now. I started doing my own little, I hate to use the term podcast because it's not all that long, but just almost like a fan letter verbally as opposed to written. A lot of fans used to like my Inside the MWF column on bostonwrestling.com. This is a little different as I sit here and I kind of chew the fat about what goes on behind the scenes and let you guys understand the worry, the stress, everything that goes along with putting together these events and even these talk shows. I mean, this past weekend, I should say, Dutch Mantel, Zeb Coulter was going to be with us, and then we had the blizzard. So that really killed any hopes of that happening. The weekend before that, we had the Berzerker and issues with him taking ill. I mean, 2 really great guys that would have added some great content to our Wrestling Insider talk shows. But I tell you, the Patreon is a great way to help. It costs about as much as a cup of coffee over at Starbucks. You get early, ad-free, full-screen access to all of our talk shows each week, except for Oscar's, because Oscar is more of a podcast than it is an in-studio talk show. You have access to the archives with over 300 full-length Wrestling Insider shoot interviews. You have access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, as seen by millions online, millions more around the world. Thanks to Sheiky Baby and the Howard Stern Show. We have some Patreon exclusive watch-alongs. Like I said, my little Patreon exclusive podcast is going to be on there. And we want to try and do more and more and more to genuinely make you feel appreciated, to make you want to interact with what we do. We have so many great fans, but there's millions of fans that don't know we exist. And our biggest challenge is trying to reach out to those fans and get them engaged and to interact with what we do. So that continues to be the mission, whether it be 2022, we'll probably be saying the same thing in 2032. Oscar, are you back yet? Oscar is not back yet, so I will continue my rant again. As I noted, I have a brand new little podcast on the Patreon. If you are on Patreon, would love your feedback on that. I think it's kind of an interesting presentation, a little different than the talk shows we have. It's a little bit more casual, a little bit more laid back. It's very honest. I don't think I fired too many bullets, but again, honesty. Honesty is the best policy, as they say, right? And there is a lot going on in this organization. There's a lot of good right now. There's some stresses. There's a lot of challenges that we face, too. This isn't an easy gig. We love the gig, but it isn't an easy gig. is look at what happened with the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks toy drive. It was absolutely decimated due to low-life scum with no character, no integrity, and that's turned into a legal situation now that I have to deal with, which is a pain in the ass. I really don't want to, but it is what it is. Memorial Hall, where we've been running, I guess that would be considered our Madison Square Garden since 2008, when a Good Time Emporium in Somerville, Massachusetts closed down. Just nothing but frustrations, avoidable frustrations, avoidable battles. But, you know, when nepotism exists, when your brother-in-law is the mayor of the city, I guess you feel like you have full control over what you can do at any time. And that's led to some... November 13th was maybe the most stressful event we've ever had in our 20 years, and I will be forever grateful to Chairman Manolian and to those on the staff that helped out that day, because everybody stepped up big time to make November the 13th happen, as we will. April 16th, when we go back to the 80s, again, fans, what a lineup we already have. We're going to have a minimum of 8 featured 80s legends. We've already announced Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions, in my opinion, the greatest tag team in company history. The wild, unpredictable Berzerker, John Nord, will be there. And as we announced over the weekend, even though we had a blizzard, John Cena Sr., baby, he and I have been working as, I don't know if you want to call it co-general managers or talent relations, but he and I have worked together to put together some great legends, some great athletes. And Tito Santana has been the 5th of 8 to join us. Oscar, do I hear you in the background?
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right. You know me. One thing I can do is I can talk. I can talk. We talked a little bit about everything, but is everything okay down in Hotlanta?
Yeah, everything is fantastic down in Hotlanta. Thank you.
All right. Well, as we wind down the show this week, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the men's side. I tell you, what an opening match they had at the Royal Rumble, Oscar. I thought probably the match of the night was Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. Even though they did kind of a fuck finish, I thought it was a very wise fuck finish. When fuck finishes are done in moderation, I think it can be a great thing. If it's done, again, in moderation, very rarely, very seldom. It was great psychology in that finish. It allowed Roman to hold on to the title, and it didn't kill off Seth, because Seth didn't take a pinfall or do a job in the match, and it'll keep him hot going into WrestleMania, especially if he faces Bobby Lashley, is expected for the WWE Championship. Your thoughts on Roman and Seth, former Shield members, colliding at the Rumble?
Yeah, no, I agree with you 1,000%. In order to keep both men viable going into WrestleMania, that you don't make nobody look weak by giving them a clean win, a clean pin,
Right.
or whatever. It keeps both men looking strong, and it keeps both men making sense.
Yeah.
Going into the spring situation, so that you want to see him. Because what happens is, when somebody gets a clean win over the other person, the other person, their credibility takes a beating.
Yeah, especially on a big pay-per-view.
And what you want to do is you want to keep both men ticket worthy.
Right.
And the ticket worthiness of the loser, diminishes quite a bit. You don't want to do that. So
I have to be on. Oh, I'm sorry.
So, you want to keep both men looking strong, so that there's a rematch, or both men go another way, then it's something fans want to see.
Well, I think both of those athletes are going to be going in different directions, where Roman is going to be paired off with Lesnar headed into WrestleMania, and the Vegas odds, quote unquote, will look like Rollins and Lashley at WrestleMania. I think it's time to pull the trigger on, first let's talk Rollins. Do you like Rollins' latest incarnation where he's almost trying to be the king of drip, or almost like the Joker from that movie that came out a couple of years ago? I think Seth is one of the best athletes in WWE. I think he's one of the best professional wrestlers in the world right now. But to me, in my opinion, he has been castrated since the bell rang at WrestleMania 35. Yeah. They allowed him to kick the shit out of Brock Lesnar at MetLife Stadium. And then instead of, building off of that, they made him almost subservient as Becky Lynch's boyfriend, and that killed him. Then his feud with The Fiend killed him. Then they turned him heel, and they made him the Monday Night Messiah, which was one of the most boring, lifeless gimmicks they could possibly have given the guy. And now they kind of morph that into what you have now as the king of drip, where he's, at one point it was a very cerebral, intelligent, smart guy, and now supposedly he's crazy and he's lost his mind. To me, the gimmick is unbelievable. I don't like it. But I think the wrestling, his in-ring work, is superb. Does that make any sense?
Seth reminds me, and this is big to say, this is a big, bold statement. His in-ring work reminds me of a young Shawn Michaels.
I can see that. Yeah.
He moves like Shawn. He has the agility and everything else. As far as the psychology, he tries way too hard on that front. And the gimmick, and them keep changing the gimmick goes to show you that, they don't know what to do with him yet as far as who he is. And I teach this to kids all the time. You could be Batman in the ring, but if you don't have the character that fans stand up and get excited about and are excited about throughout the whole run of who you are, that kills you, and it doesn't help you at all. So in order to really solidify his legacy, what they need to do, and they need to do it fast, is give Seth an image, a character, a personality that not only will, satisfy things for now, but it's his legacy.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's a lack of direction more than anything, To me, he should be one of the faces of the two brands, as far as the regulars go. I would have Roman be the face of one brand and Seth be the face of the other brand, outside of, the Lesnars and so on that aren't in full time. But, all right, with that said about Seth, we discussed him. Let's just talk for a minute. To me, one of the few money matches left in WWE that hadn't been done, Brock Lesnar and Bobby Lashley. I liked it, but due to, again, a fuck finish that needed to be done because it helped pave the road to WrestleMania in Texas, so to speak, you didn't really get a clean finish out of it. We had Roman involved with the championship belt. I thought it was very, very creative. I thought it was very interesting. I thought it was executed well. But as far as me wanting to see Lesnar and Lashley, I wanted to see Lesnar and Lashley. Does that make any sense?
I'm going to tell you what the biggest loss to that whole situation was for me. And the match was great, and I would have loved, I agree with you 100%. The biggest loss was the whole Paul Heyman aspect of it. Nobody introduces Lesnar like Paul Heyman does. Now, if he's not good for nothing else, he's good for that. But no, he's done gone on back to Roman Reigns, and I have a theory why. He done gone back to Roman Reigns as damn near his subservient slave. Oh, yes, my tribal chief.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, my tribal chief. Oh, yes, my tribal chief. And I mean, he has that power and that energy in introducing Brock Lesnar. And don't get me wrong when I don't tell y'all that as far as managers go and mouthpieces go, Paul Heyman is one of the greatest. I mean, he's not a Jim Cornette, but he's certainly up there as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But now, like I said, he's going back into that dumb Man Friday role over there with Roman Reigns, and I'm not digging that at all. But I know why he did it. He did it because, like we said, he did it because Brock Lesnar's not going to be around as much. Roman Reigns is, so it'll keep him working.
Well, I think, again, from a psychological point of view, it was excellent. It played off well. I don't think a lot of fans saw it coming. I think it adds more spice to the storyline. I had it into WrestleMania, and certainly if they're trying to fill 102,000 people back-to-back nights, they need as much spice as humanly possible. But, I have to say, for the first time in a long time, I was actually interested in watching Monday Night Raw tonight. And how often can we say that? Usually it's brutal to try and sit through.
I got you on that. I agree with you on that. I am looking forward to seeing it, to see the aftermath of last night. That's how not mediocre last night was. I mean, I'm sorry, Saturday night was. The Royal Rumble was good enough. I'm not going to say excellent. I am going to say good. I am going to say pretty damn good, actually. And the way you can tell that a pay-per-view is good is when you are looking forward to watching Monday Night Raw, the aftermath. I'm with you on that.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give the Royal Rumble?
I would give it a solid 7.
I would give it an 8. I actually liked it that much. I thought the worst match of the night was probably Becky and Doudrop, and even that, it wasn't great, but it wasn't an embarrassment. It wasn't horrendous. Doudrop, held her own in there. As much as I didn't care to see the match, it wasn't my cup of tea, but you know what I think about women's wrestling in general. And even, Edge and Beth Phoenix against Miz and Maurice, Maurice certainly not a full-time pro wrestler, but
they could have kept that one.
You weren't a fan of that one.
Nah, they could have kept it totally. Matter of fact, I was thinking as the night got later, I was thinking they was gonna scrub that and maybe do that one tonight, but they went ahead and they did it, and I thought it was a total waste.
Would you have rather have seen Edge in the Rumble?
No. I could have took Edge and the Miz in a match together. I mean, I think that would have been good.
Well, they did that at day one in Atlanta.
Well, they could have had a rematch. I mean, I would have rather saw a rematch than put the Maurice and the Beth factor in there.
Yeah,
it just made it look silly.
You know what? Here's the positive of it. Where Edge, he's another guy. He's not full time. He's only got X amount of opponents that he's going to be able to have money matches with. They were able to put him on 2 pay-per-views, have somewhat interest in the match, and it wasn't wasted. I mean, it's not like Miz and Edge was ever going to be a marquee match at a SummerSlam or a WrestleMania or something like that. So I have to say, I thought that was smart booking, if nothing else. I thought the match was fine. I didn't think it was bad. I could care less about Beth Phoenix in Maurice in their wrestling. But you know what? I think it was a wise way to use Edge on these 2 pay-per-views in January, where they didn't overexpose him. They didn't throw him in there with a big money opponent. And you know what? Who knows what roads that'll lead to? I mean, he still hasn't got in there with Lesnar yet. He still hasn't been in there with Bobby yet. So there's still money matches on the table left with Edge. I just hope they pull the trigger on them at the right time.
Yeah, no, I do too. I mean, I don't know. Edge still got a lot of life left.
He's in fantastic condition, and I'm
Yeah.
good guy, good guy. I'm very happy every time we get a chance to see him on WWE TV. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him headed into WrestleMania. Let me ask you, Oscar, what do you think WrestleMania needs? We talked about it before. They added Rousey. I think that's going to add a lot of interest to the show itself. Do you think we'll see the man that came from the loins of our own John Cena Sr., John Cena Jr. returned from maybe taking a break from Peacemaker on HBO to have a little WWE run at WrestleMania? He said in the media, he said no, but you know what? John can work a little bit, you know.
That would not be a bad idea, but I say this every time I'm asked this question. WrestleMania needs what it always needs.
Yes.
2 nights of The Undertaker.
I don't think we need 2 nights of The Undertaker, but I think we need Undertaker.
Yeah, we need The Undertaker. Point blank, period.
Now,
He's the WrestleMania savior.
Would you have him come out and do just a simple spot, an angle?
I don't
Would
care
you have
what
him?
he does. He could just. I mean, I put it like this: Stone Cold get paid, The Rock get paid, just to come out and say hello. They paid him handsomely and add spice to it. That's all the Undertaker really got to do. But you need to have him in there. You got 2 stadium nights to fill.
Yeah.
I just mentioned it. They answer the question. You need The Rock. You need Stone Cold on one night and The Undertaker the next night. Now, if you can do that, then everything is going to be Irie. It's going to all work out.
I don't think Rock is available because he's taping that NBC series Young Rock. But, Stone Cold, I think let's say this. If Stone Cold isn't involved, I think WWE made a big mistake having him be in the forefront of the TV commercial when they announced they were going to be in Dallas. I think Austin, whether he's a guest referee, whether he comes out and just stuns someone, Austin needs to be a part of WrestleMania 38.
Well, I believe he is. I mean, Dallas, ain't that his town?
He lives outside of Reno, Nevada now.
Oh, okay.
But, people look at him as a Texas guy.
Well, I believe whether it's a surprise or whether or not.
I wouldn't have it as a surprise. I would promote the ever-living hell out of it.
Yeah, you're right about that. Excuse me. You need Stone Cold in there. But yeah, if you can get The Rock, I mean, it's just a day. If you can get The Rock, then you need to go and get him.
I think the problem with Rock is the coronavirus restrictions. I believe they're taping. I don't know if they're taping in New Zealand or Hawaii, but if he was to leave, he would have quite a long wait to try and get back into where they're taping Young Rock, which I believe is in New Zealand. So unfortunate. It would be nice to see The Rock. I think WWE on with not written in pen but in pencil. I think they are planning on Rock and Roman next year in Los Angeles, which I think will be fantastic. You talk about a great background. Hollywood, California, for The Rock to return to the ring and face his cousin, the tribal chief. I'll tell you this, that's the reason, another reason why you don't have Roman Reigns lose. If he's going to be working The Rock next year at WrestleMania, I would not have him lose that belt. No, I'm telling you, I would keep him hot. He has to go over everybody. Even Lesnar. Lesnar has to lay down.
That is the marquee match that everybody's been waiting for. And yeah, if that's what they're going to do, next year, then yeah, Roman Reigns don't need to lay. He need to have a strong showing on everybody he go up against. Believable. I didn't say, okay, just throw it like some criminals in Vegas, but he needs to look strong.
Yeah, he needs to be. If they are going to have Roman and The Rock next year at WrestleMania in Los Angeles, they need to keep him hot the entire year. No jobs, in my opinion.
And I would definitely be in the house for that one. I would go see that.
You're going to Cali next year.
I would go to Cali if that's the case. if that's the case, yeah, you look for me. Matter of fact, why am I saying that when I'm going to Dallas? But no, not just going to Dallas, not just going to Dallas. I will be in the house, in the audience, as much as I can't stand being in a crowd of 100 and some odd thousand people. I gotta look for one of my friends with a skybox. What am I saying? But no matter what, yeah, I would positively be going.
All right. Well, Dallas is going to be a lot of fun. We're still trying to sort out what the hell we're going to do in Texas. We're not going to do the Wrestle House. I'm kind of disappointed by that, but at the same time, I think it saves my sanity.
Wait. Let me ask you. What about WrestleCon? You get that sorted out?
I still have not. I'd still like to do it where we paid so much money for the booths that we've never used. But, at WrestleCon is run by good people. I'm not worried about being stiffed on that. I would like to promote our talk shows at WrestleCon. I think that would be a lot of fun. But we'll have to wait and see. WrestleCon, it's unique this year. They're doing, I don't know if you've seen it, but they're doing a block Thursday night for several hours. They're doing they're doing 2 separate blocks on Friday, and then Saturday morning before WrestleMania, they're doing a block. So it's set up a little bit different.
Like that last year.
I didn't go, so I don't know.
Yeah, they did something like that last year.
Well, this year I think it's going to be better attended. I think people are going to be more, anxious to travel and so on and so forth. But, hopefully by next week's show, we'll have some information about what we're going to do at WrestleCon. I know the people that wanted to go with me are trying to sort it out. It's just a mess. Everything is a mess, like the snow outside. Shane O'Mac, before we go, he apparently tried to put himself into a better position in the Rumble and got a little bit of heat for it. He apparently is on the docket for a big match at WrestleMania and before WrestleMania, Elimination Chamber in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. What would you do with Shane O'Mac? I'm telling you, he gets a pop when he comes out, but I cannot stand his wardrobe of just the jersey and the gym pants. But anyway.
Yeah, I've said this repeatedly. I've known this kid since he was in his early 20s. Mm-hmm. I mean, he produced the WrestleMania video. I like Shane O'Mac, but sometimes you should keep your opinions to yourself. But this ain't one of them times. If he wasn't who he was, then he would not get the accolades of. I'll put it like this: he would not be in WrestleMania or just getting into the Royal Rumble, if he wasn't Shane O'Mac. And by Shane O'Mac, I mean Shane McMahon. The difference between him and Triple H is Triple H has really, 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 really earned his spot. And wherever it is that you see him, and it always is a good thing when he is in a WrestleMania. I mean, he bolsters the product considerably. He has fantastic matches, and he is just an overall talent. And I'm waiting for him to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Shane O'Mac will get inducted into the Hall of Fame, but for all the wrong reasons.
Do you think it's time maybe to turn Shane O'Mac into more of a Vince-type character? An executive type that, whether it be general manager, commissioner.
That would make a lot more sense than him doing matches. I mean, I get it. You have no qualms in doing a Mick Foley off the steel cage. I mean, I'm loving that. I am glad that you do that. But all that aside,
he's got balls.
Yeah, he does. But all that aside, your place is to take your father's place. I would rather see him do it than anybody because he has that look like his father, that persona like his father, and he just could make the whole thing just look good in be comfortable for Vince to step down because he could be the next Vince. Being himself. He don't gotta necessarily be Vince, but he could just take his place.
You know what might be interesting, and this is just kind of I don't know if fantasy booking is the right, but an interesting scenario might be, maybe Shane working a program with Vince's new protege on Raw, Austin Theory. What a way to give Austin Theory some rub. Have him beat Shane O'Mac at WrestleMania. That might be a way to go. I don't know what you think of that.
Nope, that's a good idea. It could be a whole thing. Why you taking my dad away from me and all that kind of thing like that. Yeah, and they go at it. Yeah.
All right. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Shane O'Mac. Before we go, Oscar, Jeff Hardy, did you hear the news? Apparently, he passed the drug test that they gave him after he kind of lost it at that house show that we had talked about in a 6-man tag where he started to wander around the crowd. John Laurinaitis offered him a contract to return and a spot in the Hall of Fame, and he turned it down. I'm going to guess that once, I think it's early March comes, he's going to be AEW bound and have quite a reunion with his brother.
He passed the drug test.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody peed for him. I mean, all right, that's a no-brainer. But I'm glad he did because I love Jeff Hardy.
He's a good man.
I just wish that he would just get himself together. Your career and your money is worth a lot more than the drugs. Okay.
And not only that, as much as I like Jeff, he's helped with some of our charitable endeavors. I don't want to knock the man, but at the same time, you know what? I look at my own injury, and when you're busted for those DUIs, I'm not a fan of that at all. You know what I mean?
No, I know. And I know why. Yeah.
He needs to clean up his act. But you know what? Maybe a fresh coat of paint in AEW with a much lighter schedule. AEW usually only runs one time a week. Maybe that's for the best for him and his body, as opposed to a WWE schedule where if you're on the house show loop, at least right now during coronavirus times, you're going to do the 2 house shows plus whatever TV show you're on. So you think AEW might be for the best for him?
For some reason, I think that he'd be more relaxed over at AEW and have more reign to be himself a whole lot more. For some reason, and I can't pinpoint all the reasons why. It's just a whole wait-and-see game. But I believe AEW is going to be a much better fit for him. So.
Plus, he'd have access to Dr. David Reese.
He had access to Dr. David Reese.
I think that could help him.
No, it could. Absolutely. You got a problem? Instead of turning to Dr. David Reese or whatever, instead of drugs, you give Dr. David Reese a call.
And last but not least, before we go, Oscar, the Free Ali movement continues on Twitter. Mustafa Ali requested his release, where WWE won't use him after he had a disagreement with Vince McMahon about his character usage in the fall. I don't think he's been on TV since October. The morning of the Royal Rumble, he tweeted he did not want to be in the Rumble. He wanted his release, which apparently I would take. He got a phone call from some executive in WWE that said, geez, let's create some buzz and have you appear in the Rumble. And his response was no, he wanted his release. At this point where they've released so many and they really don't have much invested in Mustafa Ali right now, he's unhappy. He's taking it to social media. Would you let him go?
No. The reason why I'm not going to let him go is because, the thing is, and this is Vince's position, you're not going to tell me what to do.
Right.
Had he kept his head down and his mouth shut, if they wasn't using him, they probably would put him in the next glut of releases, no problem. But if you think you're going to tell me what to do, how to run my company, you and the fans, you can get all of them to say, you can get the whole WWE universe to hold up a Free Ali sign in unison. I'm still not letting your ass go nowhere until I'm ready to let you go somewhere. So what you need to do is you need to shut up, do as you told, and then when the time comes, you can go. But until then, nah, you stay your ass right here. It's like prison.
Do you think if he used the unionization word like Zelina Vega did when she got released, do you think that might help his cause? If he used the U word.
No, you could use that U word. You could use the N word. You could.
I don't know about the N word, Oscar.
Well,
Come on
you
now.
use all the words. No, my point is, you can use all the words in the alphabet. I'm not letting your ass go till I'm ready to let your ass go.
Well, that's how.
Tell me what to do.
That's how Zelina Vega got her release when she wanted it. She used the U word.
Okay, well, that's good for Zelina Vega. You ain't going nowhere.
All right. Well, wrestling fans, you heard it from the man himself. I'll ask you any thoughts before we go?
Well, no, not really.
No, nothing.
I got my breakfast while we was on
You
the
ate your
air,
breakfast.
So,
you ate well. You
I
took a break
dreaming,
in the middle of one of the segments.
Love dreaming Mimi. I took a break because I had to handle some business.
Oh, all right. Well, you are a businessman. You're the VP, baby.
Yeah. No,
Oh, you know what? I wanted to ask you one thing before we go, Oscar. I know you're a New York guy. Did you ever, were you ever a soap opera guy?
I was when I was young. I was very young.
Listen, and I don't know if these would be shows you watch, but apparently John Cena Sr. had relations with two New York soap opera actresses, Linda Dano of Another World and Elizabeth Hubbard of As the World Turns.
You know, I don't know those names, but I know both those shows.
Well, apparently back in the 70s, you know, Johnny had the sideburns and the bell bottoms, and I don't know if he was at Studio 54 with them or what, but apparently him and Dano and him and Hubbard, they got it on, baby. They didn't say you can't see me. What's that now?
John Cena Sr. is a mess. As the world turns, I forgot his name, but there was an old guy that was on there. He did the monologue. He was on the show, but he did the monologue. And he's been gone so long, that's why I can't remember his name. But I had a buddy, an actual buddy, who was on As the World Turns.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, like I said, it's been so long. But his claim to fame on the show is not only was he on it, but he did the monologue from As the World Turns.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I used to see that guy at functions, restaurants, you know, award dinners and everything. And he was always glad to see me. And I was always glad to see him. He lived a long time. He didn't die until he was really, really old.
Well, I hope he had a good life. But, you know, Cena Sr., he never ceases to amaze me with this plethora of women.
You know, I'm not surprised about nothing I hear about Cena Sr. You know, I mean, did he write a book? Is he gonna write one? I mean, what is his deal?
He should write a book. He's had a very interesting life.
He has had. I mean, every time you tell me something about him, I always raise my eyebrow like, what? But I'm not surprised about what it is that you tell me.
He claims that it didn't happen. I don't know.
Okay, Cena, you're a liar and a half. All right. Those old accusations.
I mean, this had to have been 40 years ago, Oscar.
Yeah, no, those old accusations that they say about you are true. So stop it.
All right. Well, Maybe we'll have to get Linda and Elizabeth on the show to see what they have to say about it. All right, fans, we are really running out of time on this one. We had a great time with you, as always. Don't forget the discount for VIP packages and tickets to our Back to the 80s extravaganza, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. You're going to have the time of your life going back to one of the booms of professional wrestling, the rockin' wrestling era of the 80s, as we announce Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, the Berzerker, Tito Santana. More to be announced, Oscar. It is going to be a happening. It's going to be out of control.
Okay, it is going to be, and I know it's going to be out of control, but you need to get in the building between now and then so we really can do it right. So,
well, I will say this. I am trying to work towards that happening, I guess maybe is the best way to put it. You are right. I do need to be there without a shadow of a doubt. But you know what? Maybe I'll get into that on my new podcast, the Patreon exclusive Inside the MWF. Talk a little bit about what's going on in Pigottville. For the past 13 years. As I even noted when you were on your break, Oscar, it's, life is easy when your brother-in-law is the mayor, I guess is the best way to put it. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, for my partner in crime, the manager of champions, Oscar, I'm Dan Marotti. We will see you next Monday night after WWE Monday Night Raw. Phil DeCesare, it rhymes with treasury. Take it away.
The road to WrestleMania comes through Boise. Don't miss a massive main event as Big E, Kevin Owens, Seth freaking Rollins, and Bobby Lashley tear down the house in a fatal four-way match. And the EST, Liv Morgan, and Big Time Bex battle in a triple threat match for the Raw Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, welcome back. Always interesting to hear from Oscar, and he's working on some big things as the Vice President of Boston Wrestling Sports in 2022. With our President David Reese busy with the work he's doing with AEW now, Oscar's presence is even more of a necessity. Speaking of content, folks, we're ready for Season 2 of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. We're anxious to have Marty Jannetty back ASAP so he can continue to share his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s, but we need your help to make it happen. Our interactive, prize-filled Indiegogo campaign is ongoing. Now, look for the link in the description box below or across our social media platforms. It was great to talk with Marty. Look forward to kicking off Season 2 shortly, as we are 94% of the way to goal. If every fan simply donated $1, again, we'd blow past the goal, and we could have Marty with us for, maybe an extra day or two on top of what we're already planning on having him here for. It was Marty's birthday this past week on February the 3rd, so if you want to send him some belated birthday love, head on over to his Facebook. Was also happy to interact with Just Incredible this week. Expect to have him back in studios sooner than later to relaunch Wrestling Insiders Extreme, the series, a look at the world that was ECW. Until then, we've been having a lot of fun reliving great past episodes of various superstars with all-day and night marathons on Tuesdays until then. Up next is an episode I absolutely loved with longtime friend Kevin Sullivan. Kevin shoots on growing up here in Boston, breaking into pro wrestling. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Riley here with the one, the only, Mr. Kevin Sullivan. A man I have so much respect and gratitude for. I am so happy that you are here with us for all of our texting and talking over the years. We finally made it happen. We didn't make it happen in our humble abode at the studio. We both kind of wound up at the same place at the same time at the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion. So we said, you know what? Let's make some magic. Let's see what the fans think. We have a little premiere box going. If the fans are with us live, they can share their thoughts on everything we're talking about. The Super Chat button, of course, is open and helps us keep the lights on. And even those simple things, a thumbs up to the video, a subscription, it's free. You get access to over 2,000 free videos and alerts to all of our new videos. All of those things help with those computerized things called algorithms that go on in the world of YouTube, and it'll showcase our videos to more and more new fans that don't know we exist.
Exactly.
And like The Rock used to say, the millions and millions of fans that don't know we exist yet. But I think once they find us and they hear the great wrestling talk of the days go by, I think they'll love us, as each and every month the shows continue to grow and grow and grow and grow. But I wanted to do an episode more about you, your life, your world. We kind of have that Boston thing going, as we can tell by the t-shirt you have on from one of the great moments, I think, in the history of the city, October 2004, when we finally became World Series champions again with a victory over the Cardinals. Sorry, St. Louis. But tell us about your world in Boston growing up. I know you had mentioned, I think you said your dad was a cop.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
my dad was a Boston cop, and I thought about this. This could never happen today. My cousin and I were 6 months apart.
Mm-hmm.
We were 9 years old, and we go to Fenway Park by ourselves.
At 9?
At 9.
Wow.
And
it was pretty empty back then, right? Yeah.
And we go, and one of the games we went to it was the 9th inning. The Red Sox hadn't gotten a hit. The last hitter up, drove the ball right to the right field. The right fielder had to jump up and catch the ball, or it would have went into the Williamsboro. They used to call the bullpen because it was designed for Ted. The batter, the right fielder that caught the ball, and the pitcher all ended up in the Hall of Fame. Williams was the hitter, K-Line caught the ball, and Jim Bunning pitched the no-hitter.
Wow. And that was the last no-hitter, I think, that took place in Boston for several decades, if I remember right.
Probably 10 years, and I saw that one too. The next one was...
You used to go a lot then.
Yeah, next one was the first time an African-American threw a no-hitter.
And who was that?
Earl Wilson. Earl Wilson was a big pitcher And he actually used to pinch hit once in a while for the Sox. That was before the designated hitter. And it was a nice time to grow up. And then 67, you know, the Impossible Dream Team, and I actually used to go to see the Boston Patriots. So it was I think people from Boston I remember people walking down the street when newspapers were big before cell phones came. Everybody had the Record American tucked in their back pocket, you know, to see the scores and the batting averages and stuff.
You remember during the baseball season, the Boston Globe, they'd just have that one big page with the standings and the box score of every game from the night before. Back, again, when newspapers were much more prevalent than they are now. Yeah. So how often would you go to Fenway?
We probably go 15 times a year, me and my cousin.
Did you live nearby?
Yeah.
Where in Boston were you from?
I grew up, I was born in the South Boston area, and we lived in South Boston for a while, and then we moved to Cambridge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we were right there across the bridge.
And close to the Garden, too.
Yeah.
Were you a Celtics or a Bruins guy, or more Patriots and Red Sox?
I was a Celtics guy when the Celtics were the Celtics, you know.
Yeah, how couldn't you be, right?
Yeah. With all the banners hanging up.
Well, I tell you, with all the glory days that people in our area have been lucky enough to live through with the Patriots, I don't think they realized for a time how good they had it with the Celtics.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. What did they win? 11 championships with Bill Russell.
Yeah. And then a couple more of them as the coach, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So.
Well, we've had a lot of luck in Boston sports. It seemed like there was a little bit of a gap, but you know what? For the Red Sox to have won 4 already this century, I think that's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, and I think because of that, Ortiz is the first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah. With what he brought to those postseasons, my God.
Yeah, and they had to get Edgar in before he got in. Right?
And I'll tell you this, fantastic hitter.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic hitter, yeah.
He was a double machine.
Yeah.
And I still go and see the Seattle play when the Red Sox come to town.
That's cool. I'll have to go out there sometime. I'd like to see that park, yeah.
It's a beautiful stadium.
Beautiful city, too.
Yeah.
What brought you up to Washington?
My wife's family lives out in Washington.
Okay.
We ended up moving when I sold the gym. So.
Froggies?
Yeah.
Was that the name of it? Yeah. Did you have one or did you have multiple?
I had one.
One gym?
It was
Key West, right?
No. It was Tavernier, actually. It's in between, Tavernier is right in between Key Largo and Isla Mirada. And it was the biggest gym in the Keys because, except for Key West, they couldn't have chains.
Oh.
So I had nobody that could come in and compete against me, really.
Was it like a local law?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Except in Key West, you could have chains.
Oh, good for you.
It's like where I live now on the island. There's no chains except at the end of the island where there's a Naval and Air Force base. So.
No, you're not in the gym game anymore.
No.
You get retired from that.
Yeah.
You're just enjoying life.
Yeah, basically.
Tell us about your first memories of the king of sports, professional wrestling, as a youngster in Boston.
I remember turning on the TV, and it was called Bedlam from Boston. And Paul Bowser was the promoter. And people don't realize this. Bowser controlled Boston, Montreal, Toronto, part of Chicago.
I had no idea.
Part of New York with Vince, a small percentage. In Ohio, Al Haft used Paul's champion, who at the time was Killer Kowalski. He also set Malkovich up in San Francisco, so part of San Francisco.
Wow. So
he had a huge power broker in the wrestling business back then.
Yeah, quite spread out.
Yeah, and then when I turned it on, I saw Kowalski and Pepper Gomez, and little did I know I get to work with both of them.
Pepper Gomez worked Boston?
Yeah, he was a huge star.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I never knew that.
Henry Kowalski, they did the angle that Ray Stevens and Pepper did years later. But Kowalski jumped off right away and got Pepper's throat, where Ray jumped off 3 times, twice in the stomach. And,
fixed it up.
Yeah.
It was that the first big angle you remember as a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Now, were they running out of the Garden or a different arena in town?
Most of the time they're in the Garden. Occasionally they run in the arena if something was booked in the Garden.
Now, were you lucky enough to be able to attend those live events?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I used to go to Yeah, we used to go to the Gardens, and then when Paul died, Tony Santos took over the arena, and I told you I saw Dominic Finucci for the first time. He wrestled as Dominic Bravo, and they sold out. It was a babyface match against Frank Scapper, who a bridge is named after in Boston.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Where was the bridge?
When you're going on Route 1, you know, when you come out of East Boston, and you take that right, that bridge is the Frank Scapper Bridge.
Really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why I love doing these shows. We always learn something interesting.
Yeah.
Something new. How old were you when you started watching wrestling? Can you recall?
Yeah, I was about 9.
9.
Yeah.
And who were some of your favorites?
Believe it or not, Kowalski was.
Really?
Yeah. We go to the Gardens of the baby boom, except me. I'd be cheering for him. You know, so I guess I was meant to be a heel.
There you go. And it was funny. You wound up opening that acclaimed wrestling school right up the street in Malden.
Yeah.
As time would go on. I don't know if you ever had a chance to go in there, but you know, right above a box, I think it was a boxing training facility was underneath, and if you went upstairs, you had a big mirrored room with the wrestling ring in it. And think of some of the people that came out of that school.
China, Triple H.
John Studd, Barry Satin. I mean, very, very wide variety of people that came out of there thanks to the knowledge of the killer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's funny that he was one of your favorites. So many people. I remember Mel Simons, the ring announcer.
Yeah.
I remember one time he told me a story. He went, once he got to know Kowalski, a ring announcer for him, he apologized to him because he used to throw eggs at him at the Garden. So, you know, and these youngins that are in the room with us right now certainly wouldn't appreciate the, you know, what a dangerous atmosphere it could be sometimes in the days of Bruno. And you were already in the business at that point, but I mean, I'm sure you know that Blackjack Mulligan story with the knife dipped in pig fat when they tried to tear his leg off when he was walking down the aisle. That the Garden could be a dangerous place.
There's the only place I ever worked with that had a net over the ring.
Not even MSG had something like that. Just the Boston Garden.
Yeah.
There was so much shit being hurled.
Yeah. At the end of the night, it'd be the whole top would be full of anything from popcorn boxes taped up to rocks to bottles.
What is it do you think about, maybe not just Boston in general, but the entire Northeast, that the fans were so passionate about it that they'd become so violent? Was it just the love of Bruno, or was it the love of wrestling?
I often say this about Bruno. If we came from another planet and went to Madison Square Garden and didn't know anything about wrestling, when he walked out, we would know that he was the world champion. He had that much of a presence.
And the ultimate when it came to champions.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the personification. Look how long he held it for. I mean,
Yeah.
Not once, but twice. Even the second reign was many, many, many years in the process. But I'm getting the signal from the back fans right now. We're going to take a brief time out. We will be back with the one and only Kevin Sullivan after this brief time out. Stand by.
Chia. Why, hello.
I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Fan Fest celebration Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, welcome back to another installment of our Wednesday night Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Hope you had a little fun with AEW. Now, kick back, relax, and enjoy some great wrestling talk. We're gearing up for our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, the big night. The live version will be Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall in Melrose, and then it turns into a cyber endeavor when fans from anywhere from Melrose, Massachusetts to anywhere on this planet can get involved. I tried to find the most spooky looking Christmas shirt I could find, where I have with skulls with Santa Claus on them in honor of Kevin being the violent, dangerous man he was in the squared circle that I love. And that's just another one of those things, you know. And the great thing about Cauliflower Rally Club for a lot of people, I used to just enjoy you so much before you ever came around. Tony Rumble shows, you know what I mean? I loved Kevin Sullivan, the pro wrestler, just when I was a kid watching him, to think that, you know, when I get to the point where I was in high school, yeah, I'm going to be in the locker room with the guy. I remember the first show you worked with Tony in Andover, Mass. You teamed with Taz when he was Tasmaniac, the wild animal, against Tommy Dreamer when he was the Chippendale, and I think maybe Vic Steamboat? Because he was around a lot too. And I just remember I said, I got to get a picture. And, you know, he really didn't give that. Nothing against him. He really didn't give a fuck. But we're taking the picture and you're talking to someone in the opposite direction. And I remember that Bull Montana was naked within feet of us as we took the picture in that locker room. And I don't know why I remember Bull naked. That's something most people would want to eradicate from their minds. But I guess once you've seen it, you can't forget it.
Yeah, it's like a Dolly painting.
All right, so we talked, you were a big Killer Kowalski guy. You loved tuning into that Boston wrestling that you could get access to starting at 9 years old. At what point did Kevin Sullivan say to himself, you know what? I don't just want to watch this. I actually want to do this.
It was crazy because there was a period where wrestling was off TV. Until Vince came.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There was no wrestling in Boston?
There was wrestling, but there was Santos didn't want.
Oh, really?
He didn't want the spotlight on him. And
wow.
Yeah. And he could have gotten on TV because he was very close to Cardinal Cushing.
Wow.
And Cardinal Cushing got Bowser on TV on Channel 4.
Is that what was on BZ?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know WBZ had wrestling. Wow.
Yeah. Studio wrestling, yeah. And
taped out of BZ?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm not sure if any of those tapes exist.
Because I wish they would, right?
Yeah, they used to tape over the tapes.
Yeah. To say the tapes were so expensive.
Yeah. And I'd wrestled amateur for 10 years. And It was the furthest thing from my mind. Then when I went back, I got the bug. And I ended up, I used to wrestle at the Boston YMCA Union. And a guy came up to me and said, "You want to work out?" And I was working out with him, and he was about 175 pounds. I was a little over 200 at the time. And we became friends. He was from South Africa. He was one of the very diamond mine people. And he only wanted to be a pro wrestler, but his family were aristocrats, and they didn't want him to be a pro wrestler. They thought it'd bring their value of their diamonds down, I guess. But he came to the United States, graduated. He went to Oxford University, then he went to Harvard, and then through some connections, he ended up wrestling in Montreal, and they used to have another wrestling in New York. It was in 234 Broadway in Williamsboro, and I was the only Anglo in the gym. It was Pedro, Johnny Rods, Victor Rivera, Isaac Rosario, Ramon Perez, and a host of other people. So he wrestled there, and he brought me, and they let me work out in the ring. They didn't smart me up, and then they gave me a match.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there was no wrestling school for Kevin Sullivan.
No.
You just kind of, through your workouts at the YMCA, what was it again?
It was the Boston YMCA Union. It's the second oldest athletic club in the United States. The first is the New York Athletic Club.
Oh, wow. So you were just getting, I mean, at one point, people I don't think would realize the physical specimen that you were when it came to working out and weightlifting. I mean, you were enormous.
Yeah.
And I mean, it just, nothing against what you did later in your career, but at one point you were shredded. You were jacked.
And then I got into powerlifting.
And is that what made you kind of thicker?
Yeah.
And you lost the 6 in the 8-pack you
Yeah,
had at one point.
yeah.
But yeah, you were about as built as you could get.
Yeah, and then when I got into the powerlifting bug, it was just moving weight, and I used to train with, at one time, Doug Furness, the wrestler.
Not Doug Furness, but
Yeah.
that's at home, right?
Yeah,
Furness.
yeah, Furness. The wrestler.
Right.
The pro wrestler. And I saw him squat before anybody had ever broken 1,000 pounds except Paul Anderson. I saw him squat 1,002.5 pounds.
Wow.
With no belt, no wraps for 2 reps.
Jesus. Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So was it your physical conditioning that made these wrestlers think maybe we should welcome him into our fraternity? Was it something you kind of pushed upon them?
I shut my mouth and I worked with the old timers for probably the first 8 months, and it was brutal. Because here's someone coming in, going to take their job, more than likely.
Right.
And they were kind enough not to really hurt me, but one time I said something, and I learned to shut my mouth, but the one time I said to Dr. Timothy Gohagan, who had been a big star in Boston because, he's Irish, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he used a sleeper, and I said, "Doctor, is that real?" He said, "Yeah."
It can be.
So I'm going through with him 15 or 20 minutes, and they give him the countdown, 10 seconds left to go, threw me in the ropes, put me to sleep, legitimately.
You went out?
Yeah, as the bell rang, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And who was the promoter at that point?
The promoter was Buddy Fuller.
Okay.
Ronald's dad.
He was up in the Northeast?
No.
Oh, you went down south.
I went down south.
So you left the Northeast?
Yeah.
I see that. I didn't know.
I had worked 5 years before I went to Vince. I had
okay.
worked, before I went to Vince to work full time, I had worked a couple of Christmas weeks 2 years prior because Eddie and Vince were big pals. And I'd ask Eddie, "Hey, I'm going up to see my family. You think I can get booked? And he would book me all around Boston, so I would leave the house at probably 5, and I'd be home.
Yeah.
You know.
Almost like a working vacation.
Yeah,
in
it was.
those type of situations.
Yeah.
So, what year was it? Did you break in?
I broke in 70.
Okay.
And I saw Tony Gurria here. And I had a match with Tony and Dean Ho for the world titles.
And that was WWW.
Yeah, yeah. And
so how did you wind up getting booked down south with the Fullers? It's just a kid from Boston.
I actually made my way to Florida, and there was an opposition running. It ran
to Eddie Graham.
Yeah, and
who ran that? Do you remember?
Cowboy Ronnie Hill.
Okay,
who had been a star in Boston.
Oh, okay. Oh, so it was Italian. Yeah.
Yeah. So
did you work for the Outlaw Group?
Yeah, and then I went and worked in South Carolina for Dutch Mantel's brother. They had a little territory. And
Dutch's brother was involved?
Yeah, they had TV.
What was his brother's name?
Red McCowan.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
Dutch is a great friend.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to have to throw that. What was the first name again?
Red.
Red?
Yeah.
I'm going to have a little fun with that.
Yeah, and
Dutch is a great guy. But
they came to the show, somebody from Atlanta, and I think it was one of the Crockett's. So I went to Atlanta, and Dutch either went to the Crockett's or Tennessee. I don't know which one, but I ended up working for Buddy Fuller, and then after that, I went home for Christmas, and the late great Bobby Shane got me booked. In
what a sad ending.
In the Gulf Coast area for the Fields, because he was going in there, and he wanted to work with me. He was a heel his first time, so I got to go down there, and they put the tag belts on me and Ken Lucas, who actually helped train Ricky Morton.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. So
now, interesting. At what point did you get smartened up to? Okay, this is what's really going on. Because I know a lot of the guys in that era, it was quite a while before they...
It took me to... I wrestled in Montreal. I wrestled in like I said, Brooklyn. They didn't tell me what was the finishes. Then I went to Montreal and wrestled for... That's when there was 2 promotions in Montreal, the Vachons and the Rougeaus.
They ran head-to-head?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And there was a third promotion. And those guys respected, his name was Pat Gerard. He was
I've read that name.
He was one of the big stars in Europe and in Canada. And Pat had his own building in Verdun. And I'm wrestling there, and they are waiting for the finish. You know, I figured they're going to tell me what's going on, because I figured out what was going on. No finish, no finish. And I wrestled this guy named Fernand Fichette. And you know the old bullshit where you used to, the heel would go out the apron and the babyface would slingshot him in?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know what to do. He went out in the apron. So I hit the ropes, the opposite ropes, came off like at 40 miles an hour, and gave him a spear, and he ended up in 3 rows back. He was wrestling as a masked man back then. He took off the mask, and he's swearing in French, and he goes back. I said, oh God, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna get knocked on my ass when I come through the door. He said to me, didn't anybody smarten you up? I said, I know it's a work. I don't even know if I used the word work. I said, no. He said, the referee? I said, I kept on asking them, and they said, we'll get with you later. I turned the heat right around, and he grabbed the referee and said, hey, he could have fucking killed me. And he said, hey, come next week when you're here, we'll go in the ring and we'll go through a match. Well, let me see what you got. And they smartened me up then.
And about how long into your career were you at that point, would you say?
Probably my 5th or 6th match before they smartened me up.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
treating the business with a little respect and integrity and character.
Yeah.
Who would think that in 2021, right?
Yeah.
No kidding, my God. So you were in Canada before you went down south?
Yeah.
Wow, really? How'd you get booked in Canada?
It's through that. His name is Peter DeBerry, and he was working in Montreal too.
Mm-hmm.
He had a big company, and he did a lot of work in Montreal for the Family International, and he got booked up there and brought me.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Wow. See, I didn't realize, for whatever reason, I was under the impression, as a Boston guy, you just kind of morphed into it in Boston. I didn't realize that you were already working the circuit before you ever became a Northeast guy. But with that, what a great segue. We're getting the cue from the back from Captain Lou. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back to wrap up the show as we talk more with the one and only Kevin Sullivan.
Hey.
Stand by.
Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Every Wednesday night, you never know who is going to join us after AEW Dynamite. You know, after Raw, you get former WWF Tag Team Champion Manager Oscar for Men on a Mission. Tuesday night, it's turned into Wrestling Insider's Extreme, where we look back at the world, the people, the ambiance, the places that were Extreme Championship Wrestling. Thursday night at 10 o'clock, put the women and children to bed. There's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred, Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. And I mean, Kevin, you know those episodes are all over the place, baby.
Yeah.
Then on Friday night after SmackDown and AEW Rampage, almost like the dad to our group, the guy that kind of calms things down at the end of our crazy week, we have John Cena Sr. with us for Fabulous Fridays from a unique point of view. You know, a lot of people look at him in a rare way as a guy that kind of broke into the business through his son. But what a lot of people don't realize is he used to promote some spot shows for the WWF back in the 70s. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, before he got married and had kids, yeah, he promoted, not regularly, but I mean, he probably did about a dozen of them.
Wow.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize that. So he has, even at his, you know, he's getting up there a little bit. He's, you know, there's a few candles on the birthday cake, but he loves the industry. He's still active in it as often as he can. And he's got a unique perspective, and that's what it's all about. We all have different opinions. Why not share them and give our great fans at home something to talk about? As we continue with Kevin's career, I know one that the fans have been chomping at the bit to know about is what led you to, they never saw you in WWE, they never saw you in WWF, but Kevin Sullivan was a part of the WWF, the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, ran by Vince McMahon Sr. and his different partners.
Yep, yeah. And how I ended up there was I was in Charlotte, and
so you were down for the Crockett's too before WWF. Yeah. Wow.
And
okay.
Then, Johnny Heidelman had connections in New York, and he said to me, "They're looking for a young babyface." and I recommended you. You need to call. I called. I got booked. I went in for a couple of TVs, and then I started, and I was there for 13 months.
Wow. Oh, you had a good run.
Yeah.
So what led you to make the jump to come home?
Everybody wants to go there, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody wanted to go
Whether
there.
you're from there or not.
Yeah. Everybody wanted to go there, and I got to be. I think it was because my connections with Eddie. I got to be pretty close to Vince Senior.
Did you?
Yeah, and one time when they used to do the TVs in Philly, the old arena where Rocky was filmed.
Oh, even they did Philly before the Allentown?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
And in the dressing room, Vince had a table and all the scronies were around it. And they got up and left. And I was there early. And I saw his book. I said, oh. So I went up and turned it, and he had it booked out for a year.
Wow.
The top 3 matches. And I saw where Hanson was getting 3, Brody was getting 2, some guys got 1. And I'm looking at it, he walks in. Got my hand caught in the cookie jar. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I took a chance. I want to look at your book and see how you did it." He said, "Do you want to learn how to do it?" I said, "Yeah, I do." He said, "Well, sit down. Next thing I'll show you." I said, "How do you decide way in advance what you're going to do?" He said, "Proper planning prevents piss poor performance."
What's that phrase again?
Proper planning prevents piss poor performance.
Wow, one to remember. And what do they lack right now on WWE television? Pacing and patience.
Yeah.
They have none of it. They just blow through everything week by week to the point where you don't care most of the time, which is sad. I think to newer fans, it's all they know. But to those that were around, yeah, I mean, we're talking eons before I was even born right now. But for those that enjoyed wrestling, that had that great pacing and the patience, to really build up a great angle with a great payoff, that's what made pro wrestling the best thing on earth.
And
when you get everything thrown at you before you even want it, what's the point of even tuning in?
And one of my first questions was to him, Bull Raymer sold out every building with Bruno and turned people away.
Mm-hmm.
I said, he only got 1 match. He said, you can't fall into patterns. He said, I don't care if he sold out. The next guy's got to sell out too. So he said, once you get into a pattern, and he said something that I always remember, when you have a babyface champion, it's hard to have returns. You're boxed into, he can't put his feet on ropes, he can't use a foreign object. And now we got to come up with novel ideas. One of the great things I saw Bruno do, he was working with the Sheik, and
the original.
Yeah, and they did a spot where they both crashed, and Bruno went over the top rope, and somehow he got his foot caught in between the second and third rope when he flipped over, so he's hanging upside down, and they counted him out.
Good finish.
Yeah, I had never seen that before.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the fans didn't either. It's something you can't keep repeating. So I found out about pacing, and I found out that, and this is no disrespect to Bruno, having a babyface champion, one of the things Bruno had going for him, besides looking like the world champion and presenting himself like a world champion, he had a huge ethnic following. And he took Rocker's ethnic following, where he even got the Hispanic crowds to follow him.
Oh, wow.
So that's why I believe that it's easier to have a heel champion. And you can do so much more with a heel champion. Like, the only mistake I think they ever made, because the first tweener I ever saw in my life, from the day he came to the Gardens, was Billy Graham.
I was actually going to mention that. Were you still around when they did their title switch? Or were you
No,
gone
I
by
was
then?
gone,
You were gone.
but I was there when Billy and Ivan left and went to California. Me and Calhoun were supposed to put them over on TV, and during the match, they said, we're going to get disqualified, you guys are going to win. And they put me and Calhoun over on DQ, and they didn't have to do that. But that's when Billy came back and wrestled Bruno and beat him.
Just as someone that knows wrestling so well, it is, not to pat you on the back too hard, but a creative genius. Do you think they made a big mistake by taking the belt off of Graham so early when he was so hot to put it on Backlund?
I do. Yeah, I do, because Billy would have been Hulk Hogan before Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
And they had the match right in their hand, was Koloff and Billy.
Yeah.
And it's some of those things that I think that Vince Jr. has even said that if he hadn't run the show, it wouldn't have went that way.
Yeah. Do you think, again, looking back, trying to rewrite history, if you went that route, would you have kept Billy as a heel, or would you have tried to morph him into a babyface?
I would have switched from babyface.
You would have tried Billy Graham babyface?
Against Koloff.
Uh-huh.
And that would have sold out quickly.
I've heard the stories about how the crowds were just stunned when Bruno would actually lose the title after those. You talk about Brock Lesnar or someone holding the title for a year. I mean, Bruno altogether held the title for what? It had to have been over a decade between his two
I think it was 12
title runs.
years.
12 years, yeah. That was my first thought. I mean, the champion of champions. But again, a lot of fans don't remember because there's not a heck of a lot of footage of him, probably outside of MSG and those title changes. But I remember just going, I was so lucky enough to see him a couple of times in '87 in the Garden when they would bring him in from time to time when someone failed the drug test or someone was injured. He worked Randy Savage in January and February of '87. And then when Jake Roberts, I think, had to go to rehab, they had him work Honky in a singles in July of '87. And then the next month they did a 6-man with Bruno, Jake, and Tito against Honky Tonk and the Heart Foundation in August of '87. And that was, I think, about 2 weeks before his last match. If I remember right, his last match was late August of '87. And of all people, it was a one-man gang in King Kong Bundy against Bruno, and of all people, Hogan.
Really?
In Baltimore, Maryland, at August of '87.
Wow.
Isn't that a weird way for him, for everything that man stood for? His final wrestling match was tagging with Hogan.
Yeah.
In Baltimore, right? That was where he lost the title.
Yeah, it was Billy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting again how these things come around.
Right.
Let me ask you this. It was a name you mentioned and one that, again, gets forgotten too much. But were you around Brody in WWF?
Yeah, I wrestled Brody a couple of times to get him ready for Bruno.
Did you?
Yeah, but the funny thing I was telling Barbara, his widow, was I probably wrestled Frank 100 times.
Really?
90% of the time I was the heel and he was the babyface.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know he was.
Yeah.
Really?
He was a babyface in Florida and I was the heel. And then he was the babyface in San Antonio and I'd come into San Antonio. So Frank was a very unique guy.
Is it true, I've heard through wrestling lore, that he developed the issue with the Invader at WWF?
I was there.
Oh, really?
I was there that night. They got in a fighting match, a yelling match. And Brody slapped him around a little in the ring. And he came back yelling, Eno. He wanted to talk to Gino Monsoon. And Brody threatened him. And it's funny when you look back, I think that was fester in that guy's head for a
Over
decade.
10 years, yeah.
A decade, over a decade. And that was the worst thing that happened in the business.
I'll never forget, just as a kid, opening up their Pro Wrestling Illustrated magazine long before there was the internet and news. Well, there were newsletters, but I was in elementary school. But just open up that Pro Wrestling Illustrated, you know, that one back page that was like that. And on the top it said July 4th, Adrian Adonis drove off a cliff in Canada. And then in the bottom, it talked about how Brody was killed. And I mean, to a little kid, it was spooky. You know what I mean? That something like that would really go on in wrestling.
Yeah.
That Bruiser Brody, who was one of my favorites, was murdered.
Right.
Did you know the Invader at all? Or?
Yeah, I had worked with him in Atlanta when I first started.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had. I met him and he came up to New York for a few shows because they used to use Carlos's guys a couple times. And he came up.
Didn't they have TV in New York, or am I mistaken?
LA had the TV first, and then Florida went on that spot.
In New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eddie, who had it first, really was Eddie Heineman.
And he was Chicago, right?
And he was all around the world. Eddie Heineman.
But was he based out of Chi-Town? Or am I
Yeah.
wrong? Okay.
Yeah, but they were running every place, and he was trying to go national back then. And after they went under or became more regional in North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, they took him off of TV, and then LaBelle went on. That's how Roddy got out to the Gardens a few times. And then the Florida tape was on, so some of the guys from Florida would go up.
That's probably how they built Backlund, because he was down in Florida before he came up for his big push, and they gave him the belt. Interesting. See, this is why these shows need to exist. And I implore you guys, join us on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can keep these lights on. There are so many stories. You know, so we did an episode earlier about all the brothers that we lose.
Yeah.
When they're gone, we're never going to be able to tell the stories again, you know?
Right.
And that's why I think, you know, these shows have so much value, because whether you love them, hate them, WWE bought the libraries they wanted to buy.
Right.
And they want to present history the way they want to present it. And you know what? That's their right. They bought those libraries.
Right.
But that doesn't mean there isn't a place in the wrestling world for what we do. Having great shows like this to go along with our great regional professional wrestling events, and try and use one to promote the other and use the other one to promote the other one. So hopefully in the end it works out for us as we're celebrating 20 years. But quickly, before I know we definitely wanted to talk about what you have in your hand, but when it came to the whole Brody thing, were you surprised? Were you taken aback? What were your memories of when you found out about that? How long did it take you to find out about that?
A day.
A day. And how'd you get a call?
Paul Ellering came. I was in a hotel in Charlotte, I believe it was Charlotte. And he came and told me and Hawk were sitting together at the pool and told
You and who?
Hawk.
Oh, Road Warrior Hawk, okay.
Told us that Brody had been murdered. It was a shock.
And did you have the details as how at that point? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, so you knew?
We knew he was stabbed, yeah. And we knew who did it.
And were you surprised at all? Other than the fact that it happened, were you?
I was surprised that someone would go that far.
Yeah.
But I thought back then that something would happen between those two.
Conspiracy theory wise, it's been said that Brody really wanted to buy into the territory, and the Invader was worried that if that happened, he was going to go bye-bye. And he was going to be out of a job. Did you ever hear anything like that?
I don't think they would have let him out of the job, but Brody would have become the main guy.
Yeah. And on top of that, you talk about weird facts and the whole circle of life. I think it was just a matter of days before that happened. Invader's little baby drowned in a pool.
Yeah, it was.
Isn't that strange?
Yeah, it was a little bit more like a couple of months.
Okay, maybe you're okay.
And
what that would do to someone, my God.
Yeah.
So, the world of wrestling, but again, so many great historical episodes we can do with Kevin, but The man has something in his hand that I'm ready to take from him. I want a copy of it for the studio, but tell us about this book, Kevin.
I know L.A. Taylor very well, and it's a historical fiction and gives you some of the background of, well, one of the things it says there, it says, did wrestling make TV or did TV make wrestling? It was the second sport ever on TV. The first was a horse race.
Really?
Yeah.
That I didn't know.
Yeah. And out of Chicago, there were 2 NWA promoters.
Really?
Yeah. Everybody remembers Fred Kohler and Barnett,
right?
But nobody remembers Leonard Schwartz.
Never even heard the name.
Leonard Schwartz had national TV. Kohler ran on Monday and Wednesday, and Leonard Schwartz ran on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Leonard Schwartz was using Bowers as champion, even though he was an NWA member.
Wow.
And got some heat with the other NWA members. But this goes to show you when wrestling, how it started from the inception in 48, and even before that, how there was a lot of boxing people got into wrestling.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of heat on boxing, especially if you saw the Raging Bull.
Yeah.
Remember the Johnny Saxon fight in Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
And then they started having federal investigations on boxing. A lot of the boxing people kind of merged into wrestling. So it's a very interesting book, and the names have been changed.
To protect the guilty.
Yeah. But you can tell who's who and how things went down and the background of how it happened. It's very interesting.
Now, where can fans get the book?
Amazon.
It's on Amazon right now.
It's on Amazon right now.
Well, I know you've seen our set before on our show. If the publisher of the book wants to send us some copies, I'd love to promote it on the show and put it out on the set as almost like product placement, so to speak. And it sounds like one I really want to read. So
here you go.
This one's for me. Get out of town. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I love reading books. I love to learn about the history of our industry. I think I know it pretty good from when I started watching to the present. But the stuff before that I wasn't around for, I'd love to learn about it. I think there's so much value to it. And that's why something like the Cauliflower Alley Club, it's so sad that, you know, I even look at 10 years ago, some of the guys that we hear every year, the Larry Hennings and the Nick Bockwinkel's and the Dick Byers and all these great folks that we never had a chance to sit down and talk to like this. And again, we just want to keep pumping out shows like this. But if you're in the mood for some great reading, baby, if you want to learn about the old school, you got to pick up Old School. It's available on Amazon.com. I'm sure Kevin and I are going to be pitching that more in the future episodes that we do. It's been a pleasure to have you with us, folks. If you're watching during the premiere, the little chat is going. Share your thoughts on tonight's show. The super chat button is always open if you want to help us keep the lights on. And as always, on this side of the screen, give us a thumbs up. Let YouTube know you're having fun with what you're watching, and hit the subscription button. Absolutely free. Access to over 2,000 videos, and it alerts you to our weekly, 7 days a week of our great content that we put out there. And Kevin has been a great rotating guest thus far. He's going to be back again. We have more episodes we're going to be taping in this session. I can't wait to get him into the studio in Boston. Who knows where else we may bump into him again, but I really want Kevin to be a bigger part of this show. He's been meant so much to what it is that we do, as we mentioned back at our anniversary in September. But for Kevin Sullivan, I am Dan Marotti. We will see you next Wednesday night with our rotating legends and superstars on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Good night from Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now for Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, our live event and fan fest Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com now. World Wrestling Federation was live at Market Square Arena in Indianapolis, Indiana, Friday, February the 5th, 1988 for NBC's main event. Prior to going live, Demolition Axe beat Ken Patera. Jake the Snake Roberts with the win over King Harley Race. Outlaw Ron Bass defeated Coco Beware. The British Bulldogs victorious over the Islanders. Hacksaw Jim Duggan beat One Man Gang via disqualification. Don Morocco with the win over the Natural Butch Reed. The Ultimate Warrior defeated Sika. 33 million fans tuned into NBC as Macho Man Randy Savage was victorious over WWF Intercontinental Champion the Honky Tonk Man via countout. In one of the biggest matches in wrestling history, Andre the Giant defeated Hulk Hogan to win the WWF World title due to evil twin referee Earl Hebner, only to sell it to Ted DiBiase moments later. And WWF Tag Team Champion Strikeforce retained the titles over the Hart Foundation. Only the beginning of the match airing on television. If you were in Indianapolis live, share your memories in the comment section below. Keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Fans, did you enjoy Kevin Sullivan? Let us know, because we need to know what you want more of here on Wrestling Insiders. Again, apologize for the audio issues with D'Lo Brown, The Godfather, and Kevin Sullivan. We had an individual that claimed to be a professional handling this, and it was professional garbage, but it's the same individual that lit thousands of dollars on fire, ruining our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks toy drive. But if you enjoyed the episode nonetheless, folks, please help the cause, like, share, and subscribe. The things we do in studio, believe me, will never be anything like you saw from Las Vegas. More important than ever, and it's a great weekend to join, fans, as I noted, the Boston Wrestling Patreon family. We want you to join. We want you to be part of La Familia. Get early, full-screen, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders each week. 300-plus full-length episodes in the archives. Our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online, and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. Patreon exclusives and more at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. We have brand new watch-alongs with the Berzerker and Demolition acts. I've been doing a Patreon exclusive Inside the MWF podcast. We're going to continue to try and build the Patreon to give you guys more fun, more great ways to interact with us uniquely. Up next, it's our brand new series fans are absolutely falling in love with, Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursdays, with a man who's going to be with us for 3 big days of shooting. Beginning Sunday, February the 20th, I can only be talking about Fridley's finest, the Berzerker John Nord. This week, the Berzerker shoots on his alcoholism, his locker room fight with the Natural Butch Reed, Bobby Eaton, and other wrestling deaths in 2021. If you're enjoying our hard work with the Berzerker, folks, please help the cause. Like, share, and subscribe. Here's John Nord. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday. I'm throwing it over to John Nord as we break through the memories, the experiences, the life this man has had in this industry, going back to, the early 1980s, I think, when you broke in?
Yeah, correct.
I tell you, in this episode, the fans, we always encourage their thoughts, their questions, and such. They wanted us to... one thing I really like to do, and it's almost on par with what we do with Paul Bearer every year for the toy drive, we like to try and remember our fallen brothers, because, where sometimes it happens so quick, it's so fast, it's so furious, their names are in the wrestling news for a day or two, and then it's forgotten and they're on to the next one.
You're going to make me cry.
Well, it's important to me, and it's always been important to me.
Absolutely.
That's why the Cauliflower Alley Club means so much to me.
I agree with you all the way, except magnify it times 100. I love your talk.
You lived them.
I love your talk.
All right, some of these guys, I don't know if you had any experience with. I don't know if you ever met them. Maybe you had unique, great experiences with them. So we have a list here of about, I'd say maybe around 10. Let's see how many we can fit in. I'll throw the name at you. If you got whatever comes to mind, you share with us and we'll go from there.
Okay.
One guy that really meant a lot to me that we lost in 2021, he was actually going to be a part of our Back to the 80s event, April 16th at Memorial Hall with you, Jake, Demolition, the late, great Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
Yes, I did know Paul. And Paul was very close to Brad Rangens. Paul, when he was over at his best, he was an icon, brother. He played football at the University of Tampa, and I love guys that play football. Other guys that played at the University of Tampa was a guy named John Matuzak, #1 player over everybody in the 1970 draft. I think it was 70. Freddie Solomon. I just love football, but that's what it brings me to Brad. And he used to be a big hunter. You know, him and Brad Rangens would go hunting boars and pigs and all kinds of crazy stuff. But God rest his soul. It was time to go home, and Paul was, I met him a couple times. I was not a good friend, a good friend of his, but I was a friend, and we really liked each other.
It's too bad you weren't more of an internet guy. I'd love to show you some of the interviews that Paul and I did here in studio.
Nice.
They were very, very, very good.
Nice.
We had him here twice for those in-depth interviews. It's sad that, we'll never be able to do it again, as I like to continue to note, when the fans help out on
You don't
things,
mind if I drink beer?
No, not at all. When the fans join the Patreon or they help on the eBay or anything like that, it goes a long way in us being able to afford to bring these great talents to the studio.
I agree.
To share the stories.
I love it.
Another guy, I think that maybe you might have came across him in Mid-South, beautiful Bobby Eaton.
Bobby. God, Bobby. I can't believe he ain't gone.
He's passed.
He must have just passed the last couple months.
It was in the past few months, yeah.
Yeah, I seen Bobby last summer, and God, Bobby's got that same look, that same head, and what a guy. What a guy. Just a good human being. Never had a problem with anybody. Wrestled him a couple times in Mid-South, and he just was a guy that had the heart, and he had an easy, kind soul to him. No better guy.
What about King Kong Angelo Mosca, Canadian football legend?
Are you talking about the announcer?
No, Angelo. I think maybe he did do a little.
You're not with. Who was the big, huge guy with Bobby?
No, that's Gorilla Monsoon.
Yeah, that was Gorilla Monsoon. Okay, you see how my brain is when I drink?
And you're having iced tea. Angelo Mosca, he was in the Canadian Hall of Fame. He was a bigger star, I think, probably in the late 70s,
Never
early
knew
80s.
him, but I'll tell you what, if he was in the Canadian Football Hall of Fame, he was an athlete, and he was a bad dude. No, I didn't know him.
Didn't know him, that's fine.
But he was a bad dude if he's in the Canadian Football Hall of Fame.
Another gentleman we lost very recently, a man you probably worked with more as an agent than a peer inside the squared circle, Blackjack Lanza.
Yeah, Blackjack was an agent, he was a guy that he was a really, really one of the good agents. In other words, he would give you heads up if, a P test was coming or why don't you do this because this is happening over here. And he just tried to make it better for you. But he was also one of the boys because he did, he broke in with Vern Gagne. Blackjack lived right on a highway. You could see his house right off 494 as you were going into Minneapolis. So you always looked to the left, and there's Blackjack's house. And he was just a great guy. He
Married
really
to
was.
the same lady for 64 years.
Oh, you believe that? Ain't that great?
In wrestling.
Ain't that great? I used to give him a hard time about his hair. I said, yeah. I says, you know, they got a product out, Jack, that you can dye your hair black, and it takes 7 days, but the change is so gradual nobody notices. Well, that was my joke to him because, of course, nobody gets jet black hair after having gray hair, and nobody notices because the change is so gradual.
Right.
You, of course, know, you know. And I used to give him a big hard time about, you know, how much stuff did you put in there today? Oh, shut up. You know. So, but yeah, wonderful guy. And anybody that's married to the same wife for that long, do the math.
Yeah.
He's a real guy.
And he was a help to you as an agent?
He was a lot of help because he would give you heads up on trouble coming, or you know. And I was a little bit of trouble here and there, and I was never bad trouble, but I was like, I want to have more fun trouble.
Yeah. Now, think back to some of the agents in that era that you were with WWF. You had Goulet, you had Gurria, you had Steele, Strongbow, Lanza, as we noted. Who were some of the better ones, some of the worst ones? Patterson?
I will tell you.
Briscoe?
Patterson wasn't really an agent when I was there. He was just flat in the office. He was back in Stamford in the office with Vince. But as far as the agents, the ones I didn't care for were George Steele, because, and God rest his soul, he was a very nice man, but he was a guy that would tattle on you. He was a stooge, but a nice guy, and so, but see, there was two sides. I'm more of an outlaw. So I don't like the Stooges, I don't like doing that, but it's stuff I shouldn't be doing. And that's where George would say something like, you shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, okay, you stooge. Another, Rene Goulet, great agent. Ray Stevens, a classic guy.
But he was still an agent when you were there?
He was an agent when I was there. And he would, you'd have to do, back then the big deal was a pee test for the agents, and they had to watch you pee. And when I used to be dirty, and so a couple of times I had stuff in my system that maybe shouldn't have been in my system, and I would be at the urinal, and Ray would have to stand there, and I'd just take my hand and put it over his eyes, and I would dump someone else's pee. And he wouldn't touch my hand or nothing.
Yeah.
He'd just stand there. So Ray Stevens, God bless you, I love you. See, that's a guy, you know. And then Arnie Skolin, same thing. Arnie was kind of an agent. He really just got a paycheck because he was kind of Andre's, buddy.
And he handled a lot of the venue business.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did, that's right. But Arnie, when I was there, he was pretty old, and he wasn't at, he couldn't handle too much responsibility when you're that old. He just couldn't. But nice, great guy. No, man, what a guy. Who else did you mention?
Strongbow.
Strongbow, not my favorite.
Oh, why was that?
He's a stooge.
Another one?
He's a stooge, and he's, but he was pretty easygoing. It's just that I seen him talk to guys one way I never had a problem, but I see him talk, like Jim Neidhart, for example. Jim went MIA for a couple days once. And it's actually a really funny story. And he came up to Jay and Strongbow, and Strongbow goes, "Where you been? What's the deal? What's the story?" He goes, "Oh, you wouldn't believe it." And Neidhart's like, "You wouldn't believe it, Jay." And Strongbow goes, "Well, what happened? Where the hell have you been?" Now here's that Bret Hart deal where he should have been fired. I would have gotten fired, but he didn't get fired because he had this Stu Hart contract deal. Mm-hmm. Long story, I'm trying to make this shorter. So he says, "Jay, yeah, I was driving along, and you know me, I love animals. I'm an animal lover, and I seen this kitty cat on the side of the road, and I pulled over, and I went up to it, and it scratched me. And I couldn't believe it, and I started driving, and all of a sudden I started breaking out. And in hives, I ended up in the hospital. And Strombow's jaw is just like, huh? And he goes, okay, so Jim's got his bag. Now, 10 minutes goes by, Jim throws on his trunks, he's going down the aisle, and Strombow's still scratching his head. And he goes, hey, Jim, you're in the hospital. He says, what did they call it? What you had? What did they actually call it? And Neidhart looked at Strombow and goes, cat scratch fever. And he just kept walking. And Jay goes, that son of a bitch.
Do you have any idea where he was?
Yeah, I think he went on a ripper. And Jim is a lot like myself. He starts and he can't stop.
Little medicine.
Yeah.
Between
the drinking and the pills. And I'll tell you, that's the wrestler's biggest demise is drinking and pills. Mr. Perfect. I can name all the guys, Rick Rude, just on and on. But it's guess what? That is no newsflash. That has been around for decades. They're a little more harder to find now, the pills, but if you're still wanting to get them, you can get them. But yeah, it's a bad thing. Thank God they've shut it down, the doctors.
Yeah, good thing. All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we continue, we'll have more with John Nord's Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday. Stand by.
Nice.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we're joined by John Nord, the Berzerker, trying to remember some of the fallen greats in the world of professional wrestling. We mentioned that interesting anecdote about Jim Neidhart getting and surviving cat scratch fever.
Yeah, God, that's a horrible disease.
Horrible disease to get if you come across it, I guess, right? Let me ask you this one. I don't think you ever worked in Mid-Atlantic, did you?
No.
Did you ever come across Jim Crockett?
Jim Crockett I met a couple times, and both times were in the airport.
Oh, really?
Yep, and they were in the airport bar.
Oh.
I met somebody, who else did I meet? I only met, what's his name? Blackjack's kid, Mulligan.
Blackjack Mulligan's. Barry Windham?
Windham. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I met him once at the hotel bar, and I just grabbed him and I said, let's start doing shots now. He's got a great story about it, but he said we ended up just getting toasted, you know.
You and Barry?
Me and Barry, yeah. And that's the only time I met him ever, you know.
So you just recognized him, ran up to him at the bar, and
we
you had a
knew
couple
each
of
other
drinks.
We go, how when's your flight? 4 hours. Shit, mine's about 4 hours too. You want to go for it a little bit here? And he says, let's do it. I says, I'm in. So we started doing shots of Jack Daniels and gargling Jack, and oh yeah.
You made a quick friend.
Made a quick friend. In and out. In and out, baby.
One night. Or afternoon even.
One afternoon.
All right. What about the assassin Jody Hamilton? Any...
You know what? I always heard about Jody Hamilton.
Didn't know him.
Didn't know him, never met him, never seen him. I wouldn't even know him if I'd seen an 8x10 of them.
Really? Well, he was kind of hidden under the mask, so.
Yeah. There
It'd be
you go.
kind of tough to recognize.
Oh, there you go.
And another one of our fallen friends in 2021, the natural Butch Reed.
Butch, yeah, and everybody knows there's a little story about me and Butch, but me and Butch traveled down the road together in Mid-South in '85 a lot. And we were friends before and after our little incident.
What was the incident?
I thought you would know. How do you not know about that?
That was a little bit before my time.
Okay, in 1985, me and Steve Williams, we did 2 shots on Saturday and 2 on Sunday. And we were headed to Tulsa from Oak City, I think. Anyways, I ended up, starting to pound the beers, smoking a little of this that you shouldn't do, a little gimmick. And I'm with Steve Williams, so my character's a little bit off. I'm a little bit off my game anyways. So I go, it was the first show. So I go to Oak City, and I got to wrestle Butch. And I go into the ring, and I just start doing unorthodox, crazy shit. He tries to get me in a headlock. I just pushed his arm away. I scooped up a leg on him, and he's going, what the? And he starts getting mad, and he's in the ring. He's going, what the hell is your problem? And I'm going, fuck you. And we were going at it in the ring, but not a real fight, okay? We were just getting pissed and little tugging that. We ended the match. It was fine. Got back to the locker room. I knew the shit was going to hit the fan. And of course, I'd only been in the business 6 months, 9 months. Actually, I was in the business longer than that. But the point is Butch comes, you frickin' greenhorn. And he got in my face. I said, don't get in my face, don't get in my face. And I hit him with a right. And Butch went down, fell down on the big, long painted benches in the locker room. And he got up, and inside the locker room was this white pipe that plumbers use, big, long. And he picked up one of them, and he jabbed me with it, it hit me in the eye.
Oh, jeez.
And I went, "You son of a bitch!" No, I'm just pissed. I'm just like, "You son of my eye, my freaking, you son of a bitch," and my eye, and that was it. But Butch's, from me hitting him in the face, Butch's face just went, just swelled up. I mean, both of his eyes, one was slit, and all you can see was, you couldn't even hardly see out of his eyes. So his face swelled up, and then I had a scratched eye, and now we're going to the other town at night to do a show, and we got to wrestle each other again. And Bill Watts likes stirring the shit anyways, So Bill Watts said, "Well, I'll work it out in the ring, you guys, again. Let's do it." I'm like, that's bad, Bill. Don't, you know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. I didn't say that to him. But the thing of it is Butch came over to me, says, "Listen to me." And I'm looking at his face going, he goes, "I just want this thing to end. I want it to be over." No, and I says, I agree. My eye is scratched. His face is swollen, and that was the story. It ended, and we ended up traveling down the road together.
So there was no retaliation or anything towards...
No retaliation, because I told him, I said, "Listen, Butch, I was drinking. I started using the gimmick," and he says, "Yeah, I know, you were a totally different person." And I said, "I know, I'm sorry, man." And I had to apologize. And I did apologize I felt bad till the day Butch died. When he passed away, I really felt bad for him. He was a great guy, and he was a great football player. He played for Kansas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's no joke. If you're playing for the University of Kansas, that's where Gale Sayers played.
There you go. What more needs to be said? But so you never retaliated for that pipe to the eye?
Never. That's a lot of macho shit. Let me tell you, any stuff that, like at our early ages, like Hawk and Rude, and not guys like Barry Darsow, but myself included maybe, we'd get into, once in a while, into this macho type tough guy image, and it's bullshit. It's your ego, it's wrong, it's pro wrestling. Stick to your job, do your job. Don't be walking around like you're a tough guy. It just don't look good on you. And in years to come, you'll regret it.
Yeah, I mean, if that continued to go on and on and on, it could have cost one of your jobs. One of you could have become injured.
Well, like I talked
knows?
about from you a lot, Dan, is about, what about the promoter? What if he fires me?
Yeah.
For acting like a badass or beating a guy up. What's the promoter if I lose my job? I get to go home and tell my wife I don't have a job. That's not good.
In that promotion, though, that might have been the one that would have encouraged it, though. Watts always seemed to like it when the boys would get at it.
That's correct. But that's where Watts, I'll guarantee you, regrets being like that now.
You think so?
I know so. I ran into him many years ago. I think it was, I don't know where it was. I think it was New York. But anyways, ran into him, just said hi to him real quick. And he says, "John, I've got a lot of regrets. We all do, don't we?" I says, "Yeah. But you know what? At least we're not walking around going, I wouldn't change one thing." Oh, really? You wouldn't change one thing about your life? We all would change things in our life.
I don't know.
That's macho bullshit. Not to say, I wouldn't change one thing. Are you kidding me? That's having a huge ego, thinking that you did everything right.
No kidding, right?
That's sick. But yeah, so he said that, and Bill regretted.
Well, I worry that our friend in the control room, Howard Miller, he's had the same problem like you had with Butch Reed, with the man known as Boiselle over the '86 Celtics picture. They've actually come to a fisticuffs over it. So
Really?
we're trying to calm it down.
Really?
A picture of the '86 Celtics has caused this much friction with the well, we call him the French douchebag sometimes, but
Hey, Frenchie, why can't you just get along?
we're trying to figure that out.
Figure it out, Frenchie.
Do you think he's living?
I ain't got the time, okay?
Do you think he's living up to his moniker, the French
I
douchebag?
think Frenchie's got problems.
It's only the '86 Celtics that brought this region a lot of joy.
It sure as heck did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't mean he's got to become a hard ass about it.
Well, like I said, we're trying to figure it out. But John, you know, we continue to talk about name after name after name, many of whom on that list passed away far too soon.
God, it hurts.
How is John Nord still alive and kicking with some of the trials and tribulations that you faced?
Well, and again, it's not my ego saying this, but I get so many people saying, how are you still alive? You know, because of the way I was. Like Barry Darso was on YouTube saying, well, John's demons, me and John were, you know, Barry really put me over. He said of all the guys from Minnesota, John would be the guy that would be the first guy to be there for you.
Really?
And yes, and it really warmed my heart. But that's my buddy Barry.
Yeah.
We've been down the road. I know Darso better than he knows himself. He knows me better than I know myself. That's how tight we are. But going, where were we going with this?
Well, just as far as, you know, it's strange sometimes where we see so many guys pass away so young.
Yeah.
And then you have guys that have lived those wild, crazy lives, like someone like the Sheik. You'd think, how on earth could they still be living at this point?
Right, right. Well, and you asked about me, and I'll tell you something. It's only by the grace of God. Listen, you know how many nights I was maybe this far away from slipping over the line into eternity?
Mm-hmm. Now, why would you say, I mean, any stories in particular
Well,
that you remember?
No. There was hundreds of times. Let me see, I'll take 5 Percocets. I'll drink a case of beer, and then I'll take this and that, and a little bit of this and that, and stay up for 3 days, and this and that. See, that kills people. You understand how that works, folks? That kills guys. It killed Kurt Hennig, okay? It killed Rick Rude. It killed Brady Boone. It killed Mike Hagstrand. It hurts saying it. Right now, I'm getting choked up just thinking about these guys were my buddies.
Your family.
They were my childhood friends, and they slipped away into eternity, and it sucks. It sucks. Half of them were in my wedding. You know, you could go on, but it hurts, brother. And why I kept doing it after they died, I don't know. I think I was grieving. I didn't care, you know. And now, you know, I don't do that anymore, but I'm still, you know, once you got in your blood, it never goes away. And I still got it. So if I drink a 6-pack of beer, look out. I could still go over the line. But my point is those guys that I named that, you know, all went to high school, Tom Zink, and sometimes I get mad at wrestling, but it was not wrestling that did it. It was their choices they made. And it's the choice that I make if I die that way. And yeah, it just hurts because those guys that I just mentioned, all of them, you will not find any better guys. None better, period. They're all, every one of them guys got hearts of gold. Barry Darso is still alive.
Yep.
Thank God. Do I have to tell you about Barry Darso?
Tell us about Barry. Well, I mean, do you have a story you'd like to share about Barry?
I got too many stories to start, but I'll tell you, we met in junior high school.
Wow.
And a nicer guy, a better athlete. I think he might have been the best athlete of everybody. In wrestling.
You said he took to just about everything he tried and did pretty well.
He not just pretty well. He did the best, and he could have gone a long ways if he would have pursued it. He didn't have that necessarily that killer deal, but he was a pure athlete. And Barry, if you're watching, you know, brother, what I'm talking about. You were pure athlete. And you got to see the guy can run. You know, if you ever watch him running around in the ring, look how easy he makes it look.
Smooth.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday with the Berzerker, John Nord, after this brief timeout.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Fan Fest celebration Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at bostonwrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yes.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because you got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday. Dan Marotti, John Nord, talking a little on the serious side this week, talking about a lot of the brothers that we've lost. Recently in 2021, along with, you know, some of your fallen friends from over the years. And it's just, you know, as we continue to field questions from the fans now that the show is becoming more and more popular on Thursday night, one of the questions is, you know, your stories are out there online. You know, it's certainly not a secret, some of the battles that you've faced. You know, you've had some arrests, the DUI. several DUIs.
Just 7 of them, that's all.
7.
That ain't really that many.
Again, what's the magic touch? Why is it that you're here when so many of your dear, close personal friends have gone on, to the next adventure in our universe?
The grace of God. The grace of God. It's like, I don't know what the line was in True Grit, the new True Grit with Jeff Bridges. There's a line in that movie about the grace of God, and I wish I knew what it was right now, but it's a really great line. And that's all it is. There is no explanation. It's only God himself keeping me alive.
Now, not to get too personal, and if you don't want to answer, that's fine, but would you have considered yourself an alcoholic?
I'm absolutely an alcoholic. Okay. I'm a raving alcoholic.
Even now?
But no. I haven't been a hard drinker since 1997.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. But when I hit it, I still have a tendency to go deep. So, but not very often. Once a year. Really. Okay. Once a year.
And just, I have my thoughts on DUI because of what happened to my body and my life as a result of it. Was there anything maybe this is the best way to phrase it, was there anything going through your mind when you made that choice to take those keys and get behind the wheel of the car, not only risking your own safety, but other folks on the road who would just happen to be traveling?
Absolutely. Oh, and again, it's the exact same thing. It's the grace of God. I didn't kill nobody or hurt anybody. Just the grace of God. I'm no different than anybody else. I did nothing special. I wasn't a good driver. I wasn't, I actually drive better when I drink. You've heard them guys. That's real smart. Anyways, it was just, I got so lucky, so blessed, unbelievable. I guess I would want to say, I wouldn't consider myself like all over the road. It wasn't like you're going in that lane and this lane and you're driving in one-way traffic the wrong way. It wasn't that kind of deal. I was just swerving a little bit. But here's the point. It doesn't matter. You are impaired and you can kill somebody. Didn't hurt anybody, didn't ever hit a car. Grace of God, period. I should have been in jail. I've never had to go to prison or nothing, over 7 of them. And I'm just so happy and grateful not to.
How did you think you lucked out and that you never wound up having to do any time for any of those arrests?
I think it was God again.
Just luck again?
It wasn't luck, it was God, my faith. I know it was God. It just, without question. I was scared. I was on my knees praying. I was very humbled, on and on. My kids didn't talk to me.
Oh, really?
My ex-wife wouldn't talk to me. I became isolated from the world because I was a drinker and driver, and I had that many, and everybody just thought I was too messed up to even hang around. Well, that has gone away since.
At your worst, would you consider yourself, I don't know if the terminology would be right, but a full-time alcoholic? I mean, were you drinking that regularly?
No. Wasn't a closet alcoholic. I was a bar alcoholic.
Okay.
I would not drink unless I would call a guy and say, hey, meet me at the bar, let's go, come on. And just to grab a bar stool and get up to the bar and have fun drinking. And then, of course, I wish Uber would have been around then.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
But it wasn't. It's not an excuse, though.
It would have been a nice
if it would have
solution.
been, it would have saved. Right now, Uber is saving thousands of lives from people driving and drinking.
There's no excuse nowadays in 2022.
Not if you got Uber, no
No,
way.
not at all.
And we do, so.
Would you give advice to anyone out there that, you know, is in the same shoes that you have been, that think, well, you know what, I'm not sitting at home drinking a 24-pack every night, but I like to go out to the bars and have fun and so on and so forth. And, you know, I think you've made great strides in your life.
Well, thank you. But, yeah, I guess I would have two things I would give advice about. And number one, take an Uber. It's cheap. It's doable. Don't bullshit yourself. You know you can do it. And number two is the company you keep, brother. Watch who you're hanging around. If you're hanging around drug addicts, hardcore elkies that don't got a job, can't keep a job, their whole life is that smelly, stinky bar room, stay away from them. The company you keep is huge. Don't do it. Watch who you're hanging around.
And you noted a few minutes ago that it caused turmoil with your kids and your ex, and was it that they were they were angry that you decided to take the keys into your hand, or you were just difficult to deal with when you would consume the alcohol?
My kids, I was married 25 years, and we never had alcohol in the house. Not
Really?
one day.
That's great.
Not one day. Well, again, I got to be careful. I'm not pregnant. You're talking to a guy that's 7 DUIs. Well, what happened was I would get a phone call and say, yeah, I think I can sneak out for a little while. And then once I started, all bets were off. I wouldn't go home. What was I going to do? Call home and get yelled at? I didn't want to get yelled at. I'm like everybody else. You don't want to call home and get yelled at by your wife because you're out drinking. Yeah. So you don't call, which is the opposite what you should do. If you just would have called your wife, her pain would have been 1/10 of what it was. So I inflicted a lot of pain on my relationships, my kids, my ex-wife, and I'm in total remorse the rest of my life about it. I pray for their forgiveness. I believe they have forgiven me, and my 3 kids. I got them back in my lives again.
Good.
And it took years because it's about trusting you. Is your word worth anything? And when you're an alcoholic out drinking, your word means nothing.
Would it change your personality at all once you'd come home, or were you still
I was
John?
the happiest drunk in the world.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was too happy. I actually, everybody knows, it's switching the seriousness of this. Guys can have the ability to have fun more than women. Everybody knows that. And growing up with the guys I grew up with, it was so much damn fun. It was, you can't even describe it. We had no business having that much fun. I still say that to this day, and I'll say it to the guys that are alive, like Barry Darso. I call him up and go, Bear, we had no business having that much fun, did we? Wayne Bloom, same thing. We always say that. Brad Rangans, always say that, you know, and it's the truth.
And that's one thing, as someone that has just scratched the surface of what you did in your career. But you're right. I mean, the amounts of fun that we have and the shenanigans that you get into, it's unbelievable.
It is.
I mean, again, I think on one of the prior episodes, we talked about a different a scenario. It's like, oh, what's the sneaky thing we're going to do? We're going to take an extra 3 minutes on our lunch break or something like that. And look at the things that go on in our genre after various events we have, going from city to city, state to state, even country to country. I mean, it leaves a lot of time in room open for I guess shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
It's like Peter Pan. It's a lot of big kids that don't want to grow up.
Yeah, and you got this time and this job, and one of the big things is you're lonesome.
Yeah.
You want to be home with your kids and your wife. Even if you didn't have kids, you wanted to be home.
You wish you had them.
There's no place like home, like Dorothy said. There's no place like home, and there isn't. And my kids, I had so much fun with them the first half of their lives. I can't even explain. Going sliding in the snow, trick-or-treating, just, you know how the program goes.
Yep.
The night we had the biggest, one of the things in Minnesota, we had the biggest snowstorm ever was Halloween Day, 1991.
Really? We had a storm like that about 10 years ago here in Boston. It wasn't,
Did ya?
wasn't
I think,
the biggest,
yeah, I remember that.
Wasn't the biggest
That's
ever, but
when
it was
New
big.
York City shut down, right? Yeah, I do remember that. But I'll tell you.
How big was it? Do you remember, just out of curiosity?
We got 22 inches.
On Halloween?
On Halloween.
Wow, that's crazy.
I was supposed to wrestle in Las Vegas against The Undertaker in Thomas Mack Center.
Well, I don't think that would have been 91 because he was still a heel. He didn't turn babyface till early 92.
Yeah, you might be right. Who would
Well, you were going to work someone
that?
in Vegas.
I thought it was, but I think you're right now that you say that. You're right again.
We didn't bet $20 though.
You. Hey, so anyways, airport got shut down. I got to stay home, and we actually went trick-or-treating with our snow boots, going through the snow. The snow was, this deep, and it was a blast. It was incredibly fun. And here's my big thing. My youngest daughter, Lizzie, if you go 9 months forward from October 31st, 91 to July 31st, 92, that's when she was born.
Really?
So if you do the math, you know what happened that night.
This is Nord. You had the chestnuts roasting on an open fire on Halloween night.
And when I tell Lizzie that, my daughter, Dad, don't bring that up. Don't talk. They don't want to hear that. But I don't see. It's just kind of all in good fun.
And what a great time for Minnesota. About a week before, you guys beat the Atlanta Braves to win the World Series in '91.
We sure did, and we were in I believe what's the Tucson, the big stadium, or was
the
it
Metrodome?
Sun Devil Stadium? What's that called?
Where Atlanta played?
In Arizona.
No, it was the Braves.
No,
and the Twins.
I know, but this is where we were working when the Braves won. When the Twins won,
okay.
we all went crazy.
All you Minnesota guys?
All the Minnesota guys were in the locker room. We had the TV watching the game. We're going, you're up, you got to wrestle, get out there. No, I'm staying here, the Twins. And they won, and we were right at the stadium. I forgot what Sun Devil Stadium, what do they call Tucson, or is it Phoenix? I don't know. But yeah, that's where all the boys were.
What a classic. Jack Morris pitched in that game, huh?
Man, did you nail that? You know baseball, don't
I love
you?
my baseball. We've spoken about that.
Oh, man, my dad.
I was probably 10 for that World Series, yeah.
My dad lived in Tucson, and he would write in to the sports writers about baseball. And they would print.
Oh, really?
They would print what he would write because he was that smart. My dad knew everything from the, what they call the kids in the Phillies in the 50s. They had a name. But anywhere from, DiMaggio to the Yankees, everybody. Mickey Mantle's, that ball he hit that went probably pretty close to 650 feet. It was You ever seen that clip?
I've never seen the clip. No, I've heard about it, the legend of it.
It was just, you got to see it. But going back to baseball, God, what a great game as football. But I'll tell you something, and most guys agree with me on this. I said, as you get older, you like football less and baseball more. And I don't know why that is. I think it's because of the hot dogging and the dancing and all the hype and football. Sure, you still got great class act players, but it ain't. Somehow baseball becomes more of an older guy's game to watch.
I think maybe they like the pacing and the strategy behind it.
Yeah.
I know that's why I've always liked it. I'm not an old man yet, but that's the reason why I love it so much.
Anybody I've said that to, as they're getting older, they'll come up to me and go, you know what you told me? That's true. I like baseball more. I said, see, I don't know why that is. Happened to my dad. But yeah, baseball, wow, what a sport.
All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time here. We'll be back after this brief timeout to wrap up Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday.
All right.
Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday with John Nord. I'm Dan Marotti. Another great episode. We got a little deep. We talked about some of the brothers we've lost in 2021.
We did.
Some of the brothers that you lost that meant a lot to your heart.
Yep.
Some struggles you faced in life, and even reclamation. So
Absolutely.
I think and even a little baseball. So an interesting episode overall.
Yeah.
We look forward to having you back with us 1 week from tonight, Thursday night at 10 p.m. Again, so many different ways you can help the cause in the description box below. Leave your thoughts in the premiere chat if you're watching on Thursday nights, or in the description box beneath us if you're watching after the fact.
Thanks for watching, you guys. I just had to say that.
Of course.
Thanks for watching.
The big man, we're going to be having him with us more and more as time goes on. In 2022, he's going to be back here in this studio. And again, all roads lead to Memorial Hall in Melrose. Saturday night, April the 16th. The Berzerker is going to be joined by the greatest tag team in WWE history, Axe and Smash Demolition, Jake the Snake Roberts, and more. Discount VIP packages and tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. For John Nord, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next week. Until then, you and yours, be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston.
Good night.
Tickets are on sale now for Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s, our live event and fan fest, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com now. World Wrestling Federation was live at the Springfield Convention Center in Springfield, Illinois, Thursday, February the 5th, 1998. In the opening contest, Kane beat Savio Vega. Marvelous Mark Mero with the win over Tom Brandi. Max Mini and Nova defeated El Torito in Battalion. WWF European Champion Owen Hart retained over D'Lo Brown, who replaced Triple H. WWF Intercontinental Champion The Rock retained the title over Ken Shamrock via disqualification. WWF Tag Team Champions The New Age Outlaws retained the titles over the Headbangers. Bradshaw, who replaced Vader, defeated Goldust. And in the main event, Farouk defeated Cactus Jack after Mark Henry threw powder in Cactus's face. If you were in Springfield live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at Patreon.com. Fans, did you enjoy having the Berzerker with us or what? He'll be with us every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling on AXS TV for more must-see viewing. Again, the big man will be back with us live in studio beginning Sunday, February the 20th, with a great live episode and cyber autograph signing. Again, fans in the Northeast, don't forget to get your VIP packages and tickets now to Boston Wrestling Sports Soul Survivor 10, back to the 80s, just 10 weeks from tonight. Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. Could be the last event at Memorial Hall here in Melrose, featuring WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, Arriba, the Berzerker, Huss himself, and more. WWE, let's face it, they're not going to bring WrestleMania back to Boston due to the cold, so we're trying to bring you a slice of WrestleMania here in April. The event features a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s icon group photo, an autograph photo fan fest, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the squared circle like no tomorrow. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com now, save some money, and get the best seats in the house. Don't forget that the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open for business 24/7 with great wrestling merchandise of superstars from every era. Click the link in the description box below or head on over to BostonWrestling.com and hit the store button. Coming up next, it's the father figure of Boston Wrestling Sports, the one and only WWE Monday Night Raw main eventer, John Cena Sr., sharing his thoughts on the latest in the king of sports, professional wrestling, including his son's thoughts on WWE's massive firings the past year and a half. If you're enjoying the episode, fans, again, please help the cause. Like, share, and subscribe. Get those fingers moving, baby. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. The road to WrestleMania has begun. I'm Dan Marati, along with old J-Fab himself, as many call him, the father figure of what we do here in Boston Wrestling. The man that, after a week of craziness and no-hold-barred interviews and shoots, a man that brings kind of a calming presence to everything that we do. Even though you and I are teaming up to bring the fans the best, on Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts, it's Boston Wrestling Sports MWF Soul Survivor 10. Back to the 80s. It is going to be a night you will not soon forget. Again, VIP packages and tickets on sale now at BostonWrestling.com. MWF Ultra Wrestling is going to be coming back on a weekly basis very soon, Johnny. I don't know who is going to join me in the commentary booth, if anyone, but I look forward to that. I know Howard Miller, of course, will be a big help, as Howard is the stick and glue that keeps these shows together.
Our new ring announcer.
Phil DeCesare.
Yeah.
All right, the man that was the inspired the logo for the brawny paper towels. You don't know. All right. Well.
Wow.
Johnny, we noticed something as we were getting ready to go on air, and I think I already know the culprit. One of the bottles of your soda pop was missing.
The lemon lime, which is the most popular sodas, are the raspberry lime Ricky and and the lemon lime. Where's the lemon lime soda?
I think Quincy Rustani stole it. He joined us for, what the heck was it? He was here on, I think it was a Royal Rumble watch along. Royal Rumble 94 from Providence. And Quincy was eyeing the sodas. He wanted a soda. And I said, no, you can't drink it. For one, you know, it's not like they've been refrigerated and well kept. They've been decor more than anything. And now here we are a week or so later, and we're missing. He's a hustler. All he wants are free meals, free sodas, and he wants pieces. He wants a refurbished 1978 Honda Matic to rebuild the one that he has now, almost like it's the Terminator.
He's going to rebuild it?
He does every winter, but he needs parts and he needs money to get the parts. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, every year he spends all winter rebuilding it instead of just getting a new one. But
for a little motorcycle.
Well, I guess I think he can only use automatics because of his
hands. Yeah.
His life issues.
Yeah.
So that's what works for him. So he goes with what works for him. But I can't believe he stole the soda. He's a hustler.
We can't use the word stole.
Borrowed
we should say,
and
there
drank.
you go. I like that word, borrowed.
Borrowed, drank, and literally flushed down the toilet. Do you trust him now?
I do.
Even though, remember what happened with Reno Chastain when you trusted him with your soda at
Reno
Memorial
is no longer
Hall.
with us, is he?
Reno is now the Palm Bay Playboy down in Palm Bay Beach, Florida.
Ooh, he transferred.
Yeah. You left him with your soda to keep an eye on it, and he kept telling people, go pay down there.
Yeah, and he never paid. I said, Reno, how much money do we make? They paid down the other end.
About 6 cases of Fatball Pop were missing, and I think you had about $6 waiting for you.
That's it.
Oh, Reno, but he's a different story for a different time. Johnny, a lot to talk about in the King of Sports Professional Wrestling. As we noted, the road to WrestleMania has begun. We're going to hopefully have news on WrestleCon shortly. We'd love to be there. I know everybody in Dallas would love to see you. Whether they were soap opera stars or not, that's a different story for a different time. But some of the bigger news that could even be resolved by the time this episode airs, but one of the hottest free agents in pro wrestling right now, where is he going to wind up? Cody Rhodes. If you're Vince, would you roll out the bank to bring Cody back and realize you made a big mistake in letting him go?
I'm going to make my statement or prediction.
Yes.
Cody Rhodes is going to stay right where he is.
You think so?
Absolutely. I do not think, after the stuff that went down with Rhodes, Cody, with his dad, and everything else, his brother, I think AEW is his home. He may be a free agent, and that free agent may just be, what a nice storyline, because there's always that question, is he going to, and he might allude to that once in a while, which keeps the storyline going. AEW as Rhodes is going to stay. He's a major part of that company, and titles mean nothing. You know, I'm only the executive vice president, I'm the janitor, whatever. I'm going to tell you right now, Rhodes stays with AEW.
If you events where they've wasted so much money on someone like Kevin Owens, you wouldn't make a play to offer Cody several million. You don't think he's worth more than Kevin Owens?
There's no love lost there. I don't think either one.
That's business.
Yeah, but you just proved that with Mickey James. My whole thing is, I don't think, and Cody and I, when I was doing the thing with John, got to Kibitz and his, God rest his father's soul, had a chance to shoot the breeze, and Dusty and I. And then Cody was the one that rescued me, obviously, with Randy Orton. I think Cody has a very high standard. And I think Cody respects this business, and he respects what he and everyone else, Khan, Omega, all those people have built. All those people have built. So I say Rhodes stays where he is, because I believe Rhodes is like me. You don't go backwards, you go forwards.
Well, he said he only wants to wrestle until he's 40. I mean, I don't think Tony Khan is coughing up that kind of cash that Vince could afford to pay him like they paid Kevin Owens. He's got a child now. You know, if he really does want to retire at 40, or maybe...
How old is he now?
36-ish.
4 more years? I'd say right where I am. AEW
If you could make more in 1 year with Vince than for the duration with AEW, you don't think it would be a wise move?
No, I don't. You know why? And maybe that's why I don't have any money. In my character, Johnny Fabulous is loaded. John Cena Sr. does not have a lot of money, and I mean that.
You have tons of it.
Yeah, no, I don't. People mistake me all the time for the other John Cena. Wrong guy. So I'm the belief that there are more important things in life than money. And I'm sure Rhodes feels the same way. He's made his mark in this business. He's built a business with AEW. He's a rock at AEW. I truly believe if Rhodes decided to go with WWE, it would be a slap in the face of everyone he brought in and everything he's built.
Is it a slap in the...
You won't see Jericho go back.
Please, are you shitting me?
No, but
you don't think Jericho's going to go back to WWE before it's all said and done? I think you're nuts.
Nah, I don't think so.
I think you're nuts. I could be very wrong, but you know what? At the end of the day, if Vince offered him that big, let's say Jericho slows down, even leaves AEW to focus on his singing, and Vince offered him 7 figures to do a WrestleMania, you don't think he'd go back with a big smile on his face? Are you kidding me?
Because with a lot of people, and I'm not singling out Jericho, I'm not singling out anyone, it's all about the payday. I guess that's where I'm different. It's where I'm different. You know, people say to me, well, what's your payday? In some cases, I don't take a payday. Atlantic Pro Wrestling, never took a payday with them. Haven't been back there for a while, but they're a great organization. I just got a call from somebody who wants me to go somewhere else. Well, what's your payday? Take care of my airfare, my hotel, and my meals. That's my payday. And I want you to make a donation to Make-A-Wish. That's simple. So I'm not about the money. I really am not. That's why I have none. Maybe I put a lot of it out for 5 kids.
That's for sure.
But I don't have any.
I know what 2 have cost me. So.
Yep. So I just sit back and say, you know what? If that's your choice, if you're all about the money and not about self-respect, good luck to you, because then you lose my respect.
Well, do you think all the talent that's left WWE, do you look at them differently that went to AEW, that were free agents?
I do not, because I think what you look at is they made a decision not based on money, based on work schedule, based on the way you're treated and how things are done. So when you switch jobs, they didn't leave for more, they left for less. They were gone. So I don't know what they're making, so I can't really comment properly on it. But I sit back and say to myself that, you know what, at the end of the day, I got to look in the mirror. And I've got to say it's okay. When I had my appraisal business, I did the same thing. I'd look at the end of the day and say, I did it the right way. I can put my head on the pillow. When I had the ice cream stand, I did it the right way. I treated those that worked with me. Nobody ever works for me. You work with me. We work together. And I treated them very well. The kids got a $100 bond. There was a $500 bonus. I mean, it was
free
all
ice
about,
cream?
Well, the kids were in high school going to college.
Would they get free ice cream, though?
Free ice cream, yeah, it was good. We even had the Dan Marotti ice cream. Looked like shit and melted real fast.
I think Quincy might have got a job up there if the ice cream was free.
Yeah, so you know what? That's my whole thing. I think Cody Rhodes is a person that I don't think he needs the money. I really don't. I think
I don't know if I'd agree with you on that, Johnny. How many big years do you think he really had before he went to AEW?
You know what? I think Rhodes,
to be fair,
he could have gone wherever he wanted to and done whatever he wanted to. I feel so bad that they took a character who had so much potential and did what they did to him.
Stardust.
Oh, what a friggin' waste. Sorry, I don't agree with it.
And then you want to know what I think is even worse than Stardust? After Dusty Rhodes passed away, and they had a chance to really, I think that was the time they could have really scrapped the nonsense, brought him back, cut an emotional promo about his dad, bring him back as Cody, have a heel attack him or something like that, and then you could potentially elevate him into the main event scene. Instead, they kept him as foolish Stardust that was never over, nobody cared about him, and bye-bye. Sad, very sad.
That was
a
like,
great waste.
I agree. And so misuse. And you know, once again, I guess I look at what you're saying, and if it's all about the money and not about self-respect, then buddy, sign the contract, go back and get your $3.5 million, and it's over and done with.
If you're going to give someone like Kevin Owens, who I don't think any fan would care about if he never appeared on their TV screens again, $2 or $3 million a year, you can't afford to throw some cash like that at Cody Rhodes? Come on.
Just remember
we disagree. That's fine, respectfully.
But just remember one thing. I may have a $2 or $3 million contract that's kind of like that magic paper you use when you throw fire in somebody's face. All it's going to take is John Laurinaitis to say, hey, you know, I just want to let you know, Kevin, good luck on your future endeavors because we're letting you go.
You think that's how it would sound?
Probably sound a little worse
Raspier.
than that. Yeah.
A little raspy.
Hello. I just want to let you know you're done. And you know what? So what they've done is, by extending Owens' contract, by offering the big money, is they put him in a position where they could cancel his contract. They've also locked him up so he can't go anywhere else.
I look at it as a waste of money, but it's one man's opinion.
I say congratulations, Kevin Owens, for negotiating a contract in that amount. You've got my self-respect there.
Hey, you know what? As far as him being able to negotiate it for himself, I tip my cap to him. As far as someone that enjoys seeing him on television, not so much.
So why? The question is,
why don't I enjoy seeing him on TV, or why did they spend that much money?
There you go.
No, you didn't answer my question. Which one?
Both.
Oh, I find him boring and repetitive at this point. This presentation of him, I shall say.
But we don't find Roman Reigns boring and repetitive, Brock Lesnar boring and repetitive.
Their presentations are interesting.
They're boring and repetitive because they do the same shit all the time. So all I'm saying is, the next question would be, why would you offer that man that kind of money? Show me where he put all those asses in those seats.
A lot of empty ones.
Yeah, well, again, there's a rationale, a reason. Now I've got you. I've locked you in. But remember one thing, contracts are paper. There's a clause that says I can break it. Hang on, the ride's just started.
All right, wrestling fans, the ride is just beginning as we are now just a hair over 10 weeks away from MWF Soul Survivor 10 back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th, from Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, folks. Those VIP packages and tickets are flying. The price is cheaper now than it'll be the week of the event. And at the door, head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Get the scoop now.
The road to WrestleMania comes through Boise. Don't miss a massive main event as Big E, Kevin Owens, Seth freaking Rollins, and Bobby Lashley tear down the house in a fatal four-way match. And the EST, Liv Morgan, and Big Time Bex battle in a triple threat match for the Raw Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. At WrestleMania 37, she proved she is the EST, defeating Sasha Banks to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by Bianca Belair, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Bianca Belair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, welcome back to segment 3 of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Dan Marati, John Cena. Let's see how much we can fit in this final segment, as there's so much to talk about. And what I consider to be some good news, even though it's going to be unique in the way they pull it off, WWE announced that this year both the Hall of Fame and NXT, not TakeOver, but NXT Stand and Deliver, are going to be part of WrestleMania weekend. I think that's great. Your thoughts?
I'm not going to be there.
Why is that?
Haven't invited me.
Well, if we're going to be down at WrestleCon, maybe we'll sneak in.
Well, they should invite me.
Well, I invite you to WrestleCon, so.
Well, I accept that invitation.
All right.
We'll go down there and have some fun, and then, who knows, maybe Vince will say, come to WrestleMania.
He's going to say, you know what, we need to fill 102,000 seats. Who do we need? This guy right here.
My fat ass won't help.
We'll have to wait and see about that. But, Johnny, the way it was portrayed to me is that the Hall of Fame is going to take place Friday night at 10 after SmackDown. And of all things, the NXT Stand and Deliver special is going to take place Saturday afternoon before the first night of WrestleMania. I think that's insane.
Yep.
I mean, how much do they think people can take over 3 days? 4 days with Raw? I'm not trying. I think it's a good idea. I'm glad to see that both events are back with fans this year. You know, the Hall of Fame, even though it drags to some, it's an event that I do enjoy. But do I want to go and see it after SmackDown? And the same thing with NXT Stand and Deliver. Do I want to go at 12 o'clock to that event at Venue X, then rush over to AT&T Stadium for WrestleMania Night 1? That's
no, it makes
that's
no
too
sense.
much.
Who's planned it? Who's doing all this?
I couldn't tell you. I love the idea on paper. I think in execution, as if that is true, come on.
This time they might be headed for failure. You never know.
Why not Thursday night something?
You have no
There's
argument
nothing
from-
on TV unless you count Impact. I mean, you couldn't have the Hall of Fame or the NXT special on Thursday night?
I'm not a fan of the Hall of Fame, number one.
Why is that? Because you're not in it yet? The celebrity wing?
They'll never ask me. So, you know what? Everybody says to me, I know my role.
The celebrity wing.
I know my role. Have a lot of fun doing what I'm doing. So I don't think that's ever going to happen. So my whole thing is, now that they've cut the speeches, hopefully they'll hold it to a minimum. It's still dull and boring. And the other thing I can say is this: the people that are recipients deserve it, some of them. And then the other thing, I guess I'm with Paul Levesque on this one. Why do you have a Hall of Fame without a Hall of Fame?
Well, we're running low on time. That is a different debate we can have.
We should have that.
I don't think they should have had the Hall of Fame the past 2 years without the fans. I thought the way they did it last year was poor. I didn't even watch it. Having a Hall of Fame in a venue with no people to make bland speeches, it was overbooked on top of it, with people that didn't belong. Again, we could debate that too. Maybe we'll have a Hall of Fame episode once we get a little bit closer to the dance. But I think, again, I'll surmise it again. I think it's great that the Hall of Fame and the NXT, we'll call it big event, are all going to be back for WrestleMania weekend. I just can't believe they're trying to combine it with SmackDown and especially night one of WrestleMania.
Insane.
Aren't you trying to fill AT&T Stadium Saturday night?
Insane.
You're going to kill people and have to go and pay to park twice at 2 different venues all around Dallas?
Well, what you find out is the Hall of Fame will be empty.
I'm going to guess the Hall of Fame, maybe, if they restructure it, could be at the same venue as SmackDown. And instead of having all the wrestlers that don't want to be there, sit there, bored, you just have the fans be there. Hopefully they won't get up and leave.
What did I say? You know what? I think the Hall of Fame could be done differently. It doesn't have to be on WrestleMania night. It could be the night of the Hall of Fame. Just that one thing tied into another pay-per-view or whatever you're going to do.
We've talked about that, and I think that would really add something special to, if you want to look at the big pay-per-views each year, something like Survivor Series that could use a little sizzle.
A little boost.
You really can't put Survivor Series in a stadium. You know, SummerSlam and Royal Rumble, I think, do well enough on their own that it
And what do
wouldn't
they
need
do?
it.
Have the Warrior thing the same night? Or?
You know what I think of that.
Well, but you know what? I'm up front. Maybe you like me, maybe you don't, but I always tell the truth. as Berzerker says. I do the same thing. Not my cup of tea. Been there, done that.
I think something should be on Thursday night where they have nothing happening.
I would agree with that. But the Hall of Fame really, until they really make it and boost it, sorry.
All right, well, Johnny, hashtag free Ali. Everybody's talking about it. Mustafa Ali got tired of sitting on the sidelines. Apparently, he and Vince had a major clash over creative differences on an idea Vince had for his character, which was taken from the guy who Kofi Kingston almost took the spot of, headed into WrestleMania 35 when he was injured right before Elimination Chamber and was getting kind of hot, to the guy that was the leader of the Retribution faction, which was one of the worst factions in modern-day wrestling history, to pretty much doing nothing with, I think his name was Mansoor, one of the elite athletes in professional wrestling. When he's allowed to go, he just wants to wrestle. He wrestled on 0 house shows in 2021. He hasn't been on TV since October, and he took to social media to say that he requested his release, and WWE won't give it to him, despite the fact that they've released half the planet. They won't release Mustafa Ali. Do they think that it would hurt the WWE brand? I don't even know what show Mustafa Ali is on, so I'll just say the WWE brand. Would it hurt them to lose a guy that does not want to be there and has no passion to be there? I say get rid of him if he doesn't want to be there.
I would probably agree with your statement. If you don't like where you are and you don't like doing business with the people that you're with, you know, negativism breeds negativism. So he's really coming down in a negative way. He was supposed to come out with a big statement on why he's asking for his release. I haven't seen that yet.
Well, maybe it's come out by the time this airs.
Yeah,
I don't know,
hopefully. But I'll check. I get a lot of Twitters. I haven't tweeted much. I should start. But
it'd be nice if you promoted the talk show. Wink, 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 wink.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll go on today or tomorrow. You know, I read that. I followed that. Mustafa Ali is a great performer.
Oh, fantastic.
Great performer.
I mean, not the biggest dog in the fight, but for a cruiserweight, modern-day style wrestler, creme de la creme.
The reason I think that they won't release him is because he went public. It's kind of like, oh, really? You think you're bigger than me? Well, let's see who's got the strings now. And so, you know what? If he'd have handled it differently, if he'd have went back to the man he had the disagreement with and said, look, you know, business to business, it's not working out. I would professionally prefer to be released, make it good for everyone. No. The biggest mistake people make is to air their dirty laundry. You don't do that.
Do you think potentially, and I don't know this to be fact, maybe he did privately request it and they turned him down, and he saw the amount of people that were being released and he grew frustrated with the fact that I believe he's in his mid-30s. You know, he's probably closer to the end than the beginning.
Yep.
You know, and he wants to, maybe not make as much as he's making in WWE right now, but go to an AEW, an Impact, a Japan.
Indies. He's even willing to do the Indies.
He's even go to the Indies and go out there, enjoy wrestling, make good money, if not as much as he's making in WWE, and at least say, I am having a fulfilling career. I'm fulfilling my dream of being a pro wrestler. I know he does a lot of great charity work out in the Chicago area. I believe,
he does.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he was a cop before he got into wrestling. Yeah, so he's done a lot of goodwill. He's put a lot of goodwill out there. It would be nice to see it return to him in a way that makes everybody happy. WWE, you know what? For all that can be said and done, for those that knock WWE across the board, they do have to invest a lot of money in marketing all of these great talents. But at the same time, they have chosen to do absolutely nothing with the guy for the majority of his run there. So if they're not going to do anything with him, why hold him hostage?
Never take on the king. Never. The king is bigger than everyone. And so when you think you can go public, and when you say, I'm going to come out with a statement about what really, really came down, you know what? That's not the right way to do business. I guess he did ask for his release, and it didn't happen. It's not a reason to go public. How much time is left in his contract?
Okay,
see? So
what if it's years? Would you want to be stuck for years again, as you're approaching probably the later second half of your career, full time?
I would think at some point, ultimately, that they'll let him go. They'll do it.
On their terms.
That's exactly right. Okay? So you can't fight the king. It's good to be king, and that's why I am king. And so you'll play the rules that I say. And so to come out with that kind of stuff, I think he just did himself a disservice, number one. Number one, I respect him. I enjoy his work. I wish we could get him in the MWF.
I was just going to ask you, let's per se Fantasy World, he is available.
Oh.
Would you like to see him April 16th or at a future event?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd like to get Bray Wyatt.
Well, I have a feeling there might be a little bit of a difference in the economics that go along.
We need a bigger hall.
Well,
we could do a
do you
stadium.
think if we offered Bray Wyatt, they were always looking for Sister Abigail, Piggott might be available.
Someday, folks, someday he's going to realize.
She wouldn't even need a mask.
Oh. I think she's a wonderful human being.
Oh, yeah. When she's at the...
oh, my.
Oh, see, I went so far on what was in my mind.
Move,
I even got it off.
Move.
You want to talk about releases, though, of people that I would have never let go. The purge of Triple H creative ideas and vision of pro wrestling continues to be castrated with the departures of William Regal and Boston Wrestling MWF original Road Dogg.
Let me tell you something.
Come on.
When I saw Regal was let go, I went, nah, this is somebody scamming me. This is ridiculous. Never in 100 years. Road Dogg, there's another guy. Maybe yes, maybe no. That's a toss-up. Regal, there's a guy that was there when it started and built the empire. And I'm going, something's not right here. It definitely is not right. Road Dogg, with all his knowledge and ability, and they let him go. The two top guys. And I'm saying, and you're telling me it's not for sale. They're out to destroy NXT.
They've already done that.
Well, it's finished. It's done.
I mean, you'd think, if you just look at raw numbers, you're a smart guy. NXT and AEW were going head-to-head. Then they separated. They moved NXT to Tuesday. AEW's numbers have gone up. Even though they moved NXT to an unopposed slot on a Tuesday night, the numbers have gone down.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I was devastated.
Oh, was that the Take It Home? Oh, my God, Howard. All right.
When I saw, and Regal and I have had conversations. I don't know him like, hello, how you doing? But we've had conversations in the back. Great human being. Knowledge like you wouldn't believe. It's like Pat Patterson, God rest his soul. What that man had in his head was amazing. And Regal's the same way, and so is Dogg. I cannot, for the life of me, I sit back, and this stuff comes up on the screen. People send me emails. Can you believe this? And I'm going, no, this is a joke. It's not true. And then Regal came out and said, no hard feelings. I mean, it's like...
Well, they gave him a great 21 years, and they put him through rehab. So you know what? I think he has a lot of reasons to be happy. Road Dogg.
Why don't we try to get him?
Well, what about Road Dogg? MWF original, former, I think, two-time MWF Tag Team Champion. The fans,
why don't we try to get them both?
They love the green and black, baby.
Why don't we try to
break
get them both?
it down?
Try to get them both.
Break it down. You know what they could tell Piggott? We got 2 words for you.
I did that in the ring.
You told Piggott to suck it?
No. When at the Dublin, Triple H leaned over the ropes. Said there's a guy out there with a Timex watch. And I went in the ring and did that. I was funny.
In Worcester, right?
I don't know where it was.
I think it was Worcester,
that was
the night of Ozzy Osbourne.
I never expected it.
Never expected it?
I wasn't even part of that.
Really?
Yeah, I was in shock. And Triple H and him and HBK's beside me. He goes, now when he does that, remember, it's suck it. Right? Okay, I don't know if I did it right, but it was fun. But anyway, I think Regal would be a good grab for the 80s.
Well, he really wasn't around then. But
what's that?
He really wasn't around then.
But you know what? I understand that. But why not just special guest referee?
Well, I think he could hold a tremendous seminar for the young talent. I mean, imagine the knowledge if you could pick his brain for a couple of hours, and even Road Dogg. I mean, man, what are they thinking?
I think you've got an opportunity here Whether we can afford it or not is another story.
Well.
Well, I tell you what, you just asked the question, what are they thinking? I do not believe they are thinking. I do not believe that. And I, you know what? As much as I respect Vince and the family and everybody else that's involved, I do not think they are thinking. Because if they were, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing, and the storylines would be 150% different.
Well, here's how I look at it, Johnny. I think when it comes to any wrestler release, it's subjective. I think when it comes to building the future of your company, to build the best athletes, the most intelligent athletes, the most well-rounded athletes possible, you want to have your best at your performance center. And I don't think there's anyone that can tell me that the performance center improves without William Regal and Road Dogg there.
I'm with you 100% on that.
We can argue about the 84 or so wrestling releases all day long. But is that performance center any better without those two men?
I'll bet you AEW snaps up both of them.
I have heard that Regal is either pretty close or he has a pretty good offer on the table from Impact already. Road Dogg, I don't know about, but I could see, man, I think it would be probably, Brian would have a lot of fun going back to work with Billy Gunn and AEW.
Oh yeah, I think that'd be a great team, and I think
well,
Regal,
hopefully not wrestling, but
I think Regal should be back there with AEW too.
Well, I mean, again, how many spots does AEW have before they run out?
Yeah, but you know what I say? If you can build an encyclopedia, you can conquer the world. And you put all that knowledge, Anderson, Gunn, Regal, even Mark Henry, you start putting that all together, just think of what you have. They let it all go. Why? Because they're going to end NXT? I wonder what kind of severance they got. Other than, and I see you later.
Probably 90 days. Or if they were employees, they were probably employees, so I think that would be treated different, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Yeah. So what would that be, 2 years or 2 weeks for every year they were there or something like that?
Yeah.
With Regal, that could be high.
And then there's no non-compete clause.
Because I know Jerry Briscoe, because of his length of time there, his severance package was over a year. I don't know if I should have said that.
No.
But I mean, that's just work. You know, I think most people know that from the workplace. But
I think what's got to happen is Regal, I don't recommend Impact Wrestling.
Why? Maybe he's someone that could take them to the next level as far as the talent goes. No?
You know what? They've got talent.
It's improved.
They've got, yeah.
D'Lo has done a great job as the head of talent relations.
I agree.
Tip of the cap to our friend D'Lo Brown.
Yep, I agree. No, I agree with that. Well, maybe there is hope. You know, maybe...
They're still in business, so there's hope. It's not like Ring of Honor, which is...
I see AEW and Impact becoming one.
Even though you think maybe that's why WWE is trying to become a little friendly with them.
Yep.
With Mickie James and the Iconics offer.
I see AEW becoming... and Impact becoming one. Ring of Honor is down the drain. That's over.
Was it ever up the drain?
No, I'm sorry.
And I hate to say that for the athletes because no one deserves to lose their job. But you know what? The company itself deserved it just because, you know, their parent company had more money than WWE and they invested nothing in them. Ring of Honor should have been AEW. Look at the talent that left Ring of Honor to go to AEW.
I agree with
they
you
were all
100%.
there.
And I'll tell you, Ring of Honor had a lot of great talent, and they still do. They still do. Where these young men and women are going to go now?
Well, Brody King is signed with AEW. PCO, the former Quebecer Pierre, and his monster character are going to Impact.
Pierre, did I work with him? Heavy guy, beard, does the Mad Dog Vachon bit?
No. But anyway, wrestling. Oh, another great one, Johnny. Just with all the great news we discussed, of WWE re-signed Sami Zayn to a multi-year contract, which I have about as much interest in as diarrhea. But
I saw that and I said, foolishness.
You talk about the epitome again. Forget about Kevin Owens. If nobody cares, there is someone I have less than zero interest in. He looks like he's the roommate of Oscar the Grouch the way he's dressed. He looks like he just popped out of a garbage can. I don't find the comedy funny.
No.
I don't think the wrestling is all that great.
No.
There's just nothing about that man that I want to see. And for all the quality talent that they've let go to an AEW, you could say, well, Kyle O'Reilly really doesn't have the WWE look. Does Sami Zayn, as Oscar the Grouch's cousin, have the WWE superstar look?
But there again, I renewed your contract. Remember, there's a non-compete in there. Contracts go away like the clouds when the sun comes out. So
Sammy may not last several years. I don't know why he would have lasted an extra day.
I mean, look at Cam Zagami.
Who?
We took care of that guy.
Who?
Cam Zagami.
I don't know him.
I put him up on my shoulders and gone.
Well, I think he probably enjoyed being up on a man's
All
shoulders.
right, moving right along. Here we
All right,
go.
wrestling fans, we are running out of time, which encourages you to head on over to BostonWrestling.com. VIP packages and tickets are flying. They're on sale now as Boston Wrestling presents Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s Saturday night. April the 16th at Memorial Hall. We're talking Pigottville, baby, Melrose, Massachusetts. Get yours now. VIP exclusive Q&A, group 80s icons photo, autographs, post photos, all before we light up the squared circle with the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, like Times Square on New Year's Eve, baby. For John Cena Sr., Linda Dano, Elizabeth Hubbard, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next week on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Until then, you and yours, be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Fan Fest celebration Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hoffer Tito Santana, the Berzerker, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, autographs, pose photos, all before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at BostonWrestling.com for a professional wrestling celebration decades in the making. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, welcome back to segment 3 of Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Dan Marotti, John Cena. Let's see how much we can fit in this final segment, as there's so much to talk about. And what I consider to be some good news, even though it's going to be unique in the way they pull it off, WWE announced that this year both the Hall of Fame and NXT, not TakeOver, but NXT Stand and Deliver, are going to be part of WrestleMania weekend. I think that's great. Your thoughts?
I'm not going to be there.
Why is that?
Haven't invited me.
Well, if we're going to be down at WrestleCon, maybe we'll sneak in.
Well, they should invite me.
Well, I invite you to WrestleCon, so.
Well, I accept that invitation.
All right.
We'll go down there and have some fun, and then, who knows, maybe Vince will say, come to WrestleMania.
He's going to say, you know what, we need to fill 102,000 seats. Who do we need? This guy right here.
My fat ass won't help.
We'll have to wait and see about that. But, Johnny, the way it was portrayed to me is that the Hall of Fame is going to take place Friday night at 10 after SmackDown. And of all things, the NXT Stand and Deliver special is going to take place Saturday afternoon before the first night of WrestleMania. I think that's insane.
Yep.
I mean, how much do they think people can take over 3 days? 4 days with Raw? I'm not trying. I think it's a good idea. I'm glad to see that both events are back with fans this year. You know, the Hall of Fame, even though it drags to some, it's an event that I do enjoy. But do I want to go and see it after SmackDown? And the same thing with NXT Stand and Deliver. Do I want to go at 12 o'clock to that event at Venue X, then rush over to AT&T Stadium for WrestleMania Night 1?
No, it makes
that's
no
too
sense.
much.
Who's planned it? Who's doing all this?
I couldn't tell you. I think I love the idea on paper. I think in execution, as if that is true, come on.
This time they might be headed for failure. You never know.
Why not Thursday night something?
You have no
There's
argument
nothing
from-
on TV unless you count Impact. I mean, you couldn't have the Hall of Fame or the NXT special on Thursday night?
I'm not a fan of the Hall of Fame, number one.
Why is that? Because you're not in it yet? The celebrity wing?
They'll never ask me. So, you know what? Everybody says to me, I know my role.
The celebrity wing.
I know my role. Have a lot of fun doing what I'm doing. So I don't think that's ever going to happen. So my whole thing is, now that they've cut the speeches, hopefully they'll hold it to a minimum. It's still dull and boring. And the other thing I can say is this: the people that are recipients deserve it, some of them. And then the other thing, I guess I'm with Paul Levesque on this one. Why do you have a Hall of Fame without a Hall of Fame?
Well, we're running low on time. That is a different debate we can have.
We should have that.
I don't think they should have had the Hall of Fame the past 2 years without the fans. I thought the way they did it last year was poor. I didn't even watch it. Having a Hall of Fame in a venue with no people to make bland speeches, it was overbooked on top of it, with people that didn't belong. Again, we could debate that too. Maybe we'll have a Hall of Fame episode once we get a little bit closer to the dance. But I think, again, I'll surmise it again. I think it's great that the Hall of Fame and the NXT, we'll call it big event, are all going to be back for WrestleMania weekend. I just can't believe they're trying to combine it with SmackDown, and especially night one of WrestleMania.
Insane.
Aren't you trying to fill AT&T Stadium Saturday night?
Insane.
You're going to kill people and have to go and pay to park twice at 2 different venues all around Dallas?
Well, what you find out is the Hall of Fame will be empty.
I'm going to guess the Hall of Fame, maybe, if they restructure it, could be at the same venue as SmackDown. And instead of having all the wrestlers that don't want to be there, sit there, bored, you just have the fans be there. Hopefully they won't get up and leave.
What did I say? You know what? I think the Hall of Fame could be done differently. It doesn't have to be on WrestleMania night. It could be the night of the Hall of Fame. Just that one thing tied into another pay-per-view or whatever you're going to do.
We've talked about that, and I think that would really add something special to, if you want to look at the big pay-per-views each year, something like Survivor Series that could use a little sizzle.
A little boost.
You really can't put Survivor Series in a stadium. SummerSlam and Royal Rumble, I think, do well enough on their own.
And what do they do? Have the Warrior thing the same night? Or?
You know what I think of that.
Well, but you know what? I'm up front. Maybe you like me, maybe you don't, but I always tell the truth. As Berzerker says, I do the same thing. Not my cup of tea. Been there, done that.
I think something should be on Thursday night where they have nothing happening.
I would agree with that. But the Hall of Fame, really, until they really make it and boost it, sorry.
All right, well, Johnny, hashtag free Ali. Everybody's talking about it. Mustafa Ali got tired of sitting on the sidelines. Apparently, he and Vince had a major clash over creative differences on an idea Vince had for his character, which was taken from the guy who Kofi Kingston almost took the spot of, headed into WrestleMania 35 when he was injured right before Elimination Chamber and was getting kind of hot, to the guy that was the leader of the Retribution faction, which was one of the worst factions in modern-day wrestling history, to pretty much doing nothing with, I think his name was Mansoor. One of the elite athletes in professional wrestling, when he's allowed to go, he just wants to wrestle. He wrestled on 0 house shows in 2021. He hasn't been on TV since October, and he took to social media to say that he requested his release, and WWE won't give it to him, despite the fact that they've released half the planet. They won't release Mustafa Ali. Do they think that it would hurt the WWE brand? I don't even know what show Mustafa Ali is on, so I'll just say the WWE brand. Would it hurt them to lose a guy that does not want to be there and has no passion to be there? I say get rid of him if he doesn't want to be there.
I would probably agree with your statement. If you don't like where you are and you don't like doing business with the people that you're with, you know, negativism breeds negativism. So he's really coming down in a negative way. He was supposed to come out with a big statement on why he's asking for his release. Haven't seen that yet.
Well, maybe it's come out by the time this airs. I
Yeah,
don't know,
hopefully. But I'll check. I get a lot of Twitters. I haven't tweeted much. I should start. But
it'd be nice if you promoted the talk show. Wink, 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 wink.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll go on today or tomorrow. You know, I read that. I followed that. Mustafa Ali is a great performer.
Oh, fantastic.
Great performer.
I mean, not the biggest dog in the fight, but for a cruiserweight, modern-day style wrestler, creme de la creme.
The reason I think that they won't release him is because he went public. It's kind of like, oh, really? You think you're bigger than me? Well, let's see who's got the strings now. And so, you know what? If he'd have handled it differently, if he'd have went back to the man he had the disagreement with and said, look, you know, business to business, it's not working out. I would professionally prefer to be released, make it good for everyone. No. The biggest mistake people make is to air their dirty laundry. You don't do that.
Do you think potentially, and I don't know this to be fact, maybe he did privately request it and they turned him down, and he saw the amount of people that were being released and he grew frustrated with the fact that I believe he's in his mid-30s, you know, he's probably closer to the end than the beginning.
Yep.
You know, and he wants to, maybe not make as much as he's making in WWE right now, but go to an AEW, an Impact, a Japan.
Indies, he's even willing to do the Indies.
He'd even go to the Indies and go out there, enjoy wrestling, make good money, if not as much as he's making in WWE, and at least say, I am having a fulfilling career. I'm fulfilling my dream of being a pro wrestler. I know he does a lot of great charity work out in the Chicago area, I believe.
He does.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he was a cop before he got into wrestling. Yeah, so he's done a lot of goodwill. He's put a lot of goodwill out there. It would be nice to see it returned to him in a way that makes everybody happy. WWE, you know what? For all that can be said and done, for those that knock WWE across the board, they do have to invest a lot of money in marketing all of these great talents. But at the same time, they have chosen to do absolutely nothing with the guy for the majority of his run there. So if they're not going to do anything with him, why hold him hostage?
Never take on the king. Never. The king is bigger than everyone. And so when you think you can go public and when you say, I'm going to come out with a statement about what really, really came down, you know what? That's not the right way to do business. I guess he did ask for his release, and it didn't happen. It's not a reason to go public. How much time is left in his contract? Okay, see? So
what if it's years? Would you want to be stuck for years? Again, as you're approaching probably the later second half of your career, full time?
I would think at some point, ultimately, that they'll let him go. They'll do it.
On their terms.
That's exactly right. Okay, so you can't fight the king. It's good to be king, and that's why I am king, and so you'll play the rules that I say. And so to come out with that kind of stuff, I think he just did himself a disservice, number one. Number one, I respect him. I enjoy his work. I wish we could get him in the MWF.
I was just going to ask you, let's per se Fantasy World, he is available. Oh. Would you like to see him April 16th or at a future event?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'd like to get Bray Wyatt.
Well, I have a feeling there might be a little bit of a difference in the economics that go along.
We need a bigger hall.
Well,
we could do a
do
stadium.
You think if we offered Bray Wyatt, they were always looking for Sister Abigail, Piggott might be available.
Someday, folks, someday he's going to realize.
She wouldn't even need a mask.
Oh. I think she's a wonderful human being.
Oh, yeah. When she's at the...
oh, my.
Oh, see, I went so far on what was in my mind.
Move.
I even cut it off.
Move.
You want to talk about releases, though, of people that I would have never let go. The purge of Triple H creative ideas and vision of pro wrestling continues to be castrated with the departures of William Regal and Boston Wrestling MWF original Road Dogg.
Let me tell you something.
Come on,
when I saw Regal was let go, I went, nah, this is somebody scamming me. This is ridiculous. Never in 100 years. Road Dogg, there's another guy. Maybe yes, maybe no. That's a toss-up. Regal, there's a guy that was there when it started and built the empire. And I'm going, something's not right here. It definitely is not right. Road Dogg, with all his knowledge and ability, and they let him go. The two top guys. And I'm saying, and you're telling me it's not for sale. They're out to destroy NXT.
They've already done that.
Well, it's finished. It's done.
I mean, you'd think, if you just look at raw numbers, you're a smart guy. NXT and AEW were going head-to-head. Then they separated. They moved NXT to Tuesday. AEW's numbers have gone up. Even though they moved NXT to an unopposed slot on a Tuesday night, the numbers have gone down.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I was devastated.
Oh, was that the Take It Home? Oh, my God, Howard. All right.
When I saw, and Regal and I have had conversations. I don't know him like, hello, how you doing? But we've had conversations in the back. Great human being. Knowledge like you wouldn't believe. It's like Pat Patterson, God rest his soul. What that man had in his head was amazing. And Regal's the same way, and so is Dogg. I cannot, for the life of me, I sit back, and this stuff comes up on the screen. People send me emails. Can you believe this? And I'm going, no, this is a joke. It's not true. And then Regal came out and said, no hard feelings. I mean, it's like...
Well, they gave him a great 21 years, and they put him through rehab. So you know what? I think he has a lot of reasons to be happy. Road Dogg.
Why don't we try to get him?
Well, what about Road Dogg? MWF original, former, I think, two-time MWF Tag Team Champion. The fans,
Why don't we try to get them both?
They love the green and black, baby.
Why don't we try to
break
get them
it down?
Try to get them both.
Break it down. You know what they could tell Piggott? We got 2 words for you.
I did that in the ring.
You told Piggott to suck it?
No. When I at the W, Triple H leaned over the ropes. Said there's a guy out there with a Timex watch. And I went in the ring and did that. I was funny.
In Worcester, right?
I don't know where it was.
I think it was Worcester,
that was
the night of Ozzy Osbourne.
I never expected it.
Never expected it?
I wasn't even part of that.
Really?
Yeah, I was in shock. And Triple H and him and HBK's beside me. He goes, now when he does that, remember, it's suck it, right? Okay, I don't know if I did it right, but it was fun. But anyway, I think Regal would be a good grab for the 80s.
Well, he really wasn't around
God.
then. But
What's that?
He really wasn't around then.
But you know what? I understand that. But why not just special guest referee?
Well, I think he could hold a tremendous seminar for the young talent. I mean, imagine the knowledge if you could pick his brain for a couple of hours, and even Road Dogg. I mean, man, what are they thinking?
I think you've got an opportunity here. Whether we can afford it or not is another story. Well, I tell you what, you just asked the question, what are they thinking? I do not believe they are thinking. I do not believe that. And I you know what? As much as I respect Vince and the family and everybody else that's involved, I do not think they are thinking. Because if they were, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing, and the storylines would be 150% different.
Well, here's how I look at it, Johnny. I think when it comes to any wrestler release, it's subjective. I think when it comes to building the future of your company, to build the best athletes, the most intelligent athletes, the most well-rounded athletes possible, you want to have your best at your performance center. And I don't think there's anyone that can tell me that the performance center improves without William Regal and Road Dogg there.
I'm with you 100% on that.
We can argue about the 84 or so wrestling releases all day long. But is that performance center any better without those 2 men?
I'll bet you AEW snaps up both of them.
I have heard that Regal is either pretty close or he has a pretty good offer on the table from Impact already. Road Dogg, I don't know about, but I could see, man, I think it would be Brian would have a lot of fun going back to work with Billy Gunn and AEW.
Oh yeah, I think that'd be a great team, and I think
well,
Regal,
hopefully not wrestling, but
I think Regal should be back there with AEW too.
Well, I mean, again, how many spots does AEW have before they run out?
Yeah, but you know what I say? If you can build an encyclopedia, you can conquer the world. And you put all that knowledge, Anderson, Gunn, Regal, even Mark Henry, you start putting that all together, Just think of what you have. They let it all go. Why? Because they're going to end NXT? I wonder what kind of severance they got. Other than, good night, see you later.
Probably 90 days. Or if they were employees, they were probably employees, so I think that would be treated different, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Yeah. So what would that be, 2 years or 2 weeks for every year they were there or something like that?
Yeah.
With Regal, that could be high.
And then there's no non-compete clause.
Because I know Jerry Briscoe, because of his length of time there, his severance package was over a year. I don't know if I should have said that.
No.
But I mean, that's just work. You know, I think most people know that from the workplace. But
I think what's got to happen is Regal, I don't recommend Impact Wrestling.
Why? Maybe he's someone that could take them to the next level as far as the talent goes. No?
You know what? They've got talent.
It's improved.
They've got, yeah.
D'Lo has done a great job as the head of talent relations.
I agree.
Tip of the cap to our friend D'Lo Brown.
Yep, I agree. No, I agree with that. Well, maybe there is hope. You know, maybe...
They're still in business, so there's hope. It's not like Ring of Honor, which is...
I see AEW and Impact becoming one.
Even though you think maybe that's why WWE is trying to become a little friendly with them.
Yep.
With Mickie James and the Iconics offer.
I see AEW becoming... and Impact becoming one. Ring of Honor is down the drain. That's over.
Was it ever up the drain?
No, I'm sorry.
And I hate to say that for the athletes because no one deserves to lose their job. But you know what? The company itself deserved it just because, you know, their parent company had more money than WWE and they invested nothing in them. Ring of Honor should have been AEW. Look at the talent that left Ring of Honor to go to AEW.
I agree with
they
you
were all there.
And I'll tell you, Ring of Honor had a lot of great talent, and they still do. They still do. Where these young men and women are going to go now?
Well, Brody King is signed with AEW. PCO, the former Quebecer Pierre, and his monster character are going to Impact.
Pierre, did I work with him? Heavy guy, beard, does the Mad Dog Vachon bit?
No. But anyway, wrestling. Oh, another great one, Johnny. Just with all the great news we discussed, of WWE re-signed Sami Zayn to a multi-year contract, which I have about as much interest in as diarrhea. But
I saw that and I said, foolishness.
You talk about the epitome again. Forget about Kevin Owens. If nobody cares, there is someone I have less than zero interest in. He looks like he's the roommate of Oscar the Grouch the way he's dressed. He looks like he just popped out of a garbage can. I don't find the comedy funny.
No.
I don't think the wrestling is all that great.
No.
There's just nothing about that man that I want to see. And for all the quality talent that they've let go to an AEW, you could say, well, Kyle O'Reilly really doesn't have the WWE look. Does Sami Zayn, is Oscar the Grouch's cousin, have the WWE superstar look?
But there again, I renewed your contract. Remember, there's a non-compete in there. Contracts go away like the clouds when the sun comes out. So
Sammy may not last several years. I don't know why he would have lasted an extra day.
I mean, look at Cam Zagami.
Who?
We took care of that guy.
Who?
Cam Zagami.
I don't know him.
I put him up on my shoulders and gone.
Well, I think he probably enjoyed being up on a man's
All
shoulders.
right, moving right along. Here we go.
All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time, which encourages you to head on over to BostonWrestling.com. VIP packages and tickets are flying. They're on sale now as Boston Wrestling presents Soul Survivor 10, Back to the 80s Saturday night. April the 16th at Memorial Hall. We're talking Pigottville, baby, Melrose, Massachusetts. Get yours now. VIP exclusive Q&A, group 80s icons photo, autographs, pose photos, all before we light up the squared circle with the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, like Times Square on New Year's Eve, baby. For John Cena Sr., Linda Dano, Elizabeth Hubbard, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next week on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Until then, you and yours, be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston. No matter how wild and crazy things get here in Boston wrestling, you can always count on John Cena Sr. to be that calming presence. Don't forget that John Cena Sr. is back for brand new episodes every Friday night at 11 p.m. after SmackDown and AEW Rampage. Always interesting insight from a man that promoted some spot shows for the WWF back in the 70s, then main evented Monday Night Raw, in 2007. What a career, what a life that man has had. Again, folks, the clock is ticking. Get your discount VIP packages and tickets to our Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest ASAP at BostonWrestling.com. We should be having a 6th featured superstar announcement coming within days. If you're looking for cool wrestling merchandise to add to your wrestling collection, check out the Boston Wrestling eBay store, link in the description box below, or hit the store button at bostonwrestling.com. We're working hard to get Marty Jannetty back in studio ASAP for a second season of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. You can directly help by supporting our prize-filled Indiegogo campaign. Link can be found in the premiere chat in the description box below in our social media. And don't forget to join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family during these cold winter months at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You always have a friend in us. If you enjoyed tonight's supersized episode, fans, don't forget that the Super Chat button is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender for hours of wrestling history and memories. Every dollar helps us bring you more superstars in studio. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel for over 2,000 free videos. We need to keep growing and reach the millions of fans that have no idea we exist. So until we speak again, folks, we'll be back tomorrow night at 6 for Sunday Night Live, a Super Brawl 92 watch-along. I'll be back next Saturday night for another Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. Until we speak again, you and yours, be healthy, be safe, be warm. Good night from Boston.
Hi, this is Phil DeCesare. Thank you for enjoying tonight's Wrestling Insiders. Get early full-screen ad-free access to all our weeknight Wrestling Insider episodes while helping keep wrestling legends working by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can directly help us bring you more great historical wrestling content 7 days a week to enjoy for years to come.